ask that everybody in the room, regardless of your position, please rise, join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The purpose of today's hearing is to discuss the misuse of public trust through USAID's woke programming and explore ideas for reorganization to promote a stronger, better, and more prosperous United States. I now recognize myself for an opening statement on this hearing. I can tell you that we are here today very simply because many of the people and many of the programs in USAID have literally betrayed America. My colleagues to my left will say that I'm lying about these programs, and I know they damn well wish that I was lying. The programs that USAID and the State Department have spent money on are indefensible. They hurt America standing around the globe, and I think the fact is clear that America would have been better off if your money had been simply thrown into a fireplace. Instead, the Biden administration spent it imposing their far left-wing ideology onto other nations. Under them, USAID spent $2 million for sex change surgeries in Guatemala, $22 million to increase tourism in Tunisia and Egypt. That's not life-saving. $520 million to pay consultants to teach people in Africa about climate change. That's not medicine. $4.5 million to teach people in Kazakhstan how to fight back against internet trolls. That's not life-saving. $20,000 to help LGBT individuals vote in Honduran elections. That's not medicine. $5.5 million to improve the lives of LGBT individuals in Uganda. $14 million to identify LGBT leaders in Cambodia. $425,000 to train Indonesian coffee companies on how to be more gender-friendly. $15 million for condoms to the Taliban. And I have pages and pages more. That's not diplomacy. It's a slap in the face to every American who got up this morning and went to work. To this moment, you haven't seen or heard any of my colleagues apologizing for this being wrong or wasteful. Instead, for the left, their biggest concern is that the person assembling a team to make sure that these programs are not funded is a billionaire named Elon Musk. So out of touch that they actually believe these programs are bringing other countries closer to us, or that our adversaries are going to gain some kind of foothold if we don't continue doing these programs. That's not what competing looks like for the United States of America. On the contrary, last month, when I participated in a Q&A with my colleague here to the left in the United States Institute of Peace, which will have to explain their funding, the Ugandan ambassador stood up and said these programs were not doing anything to improve relations between our nations. Take a look at the video. Maybe we'll get some audio on it. Maybe we won't get audio on it. Or a 19-year-old, Mr. Burchett. Thank you. Maybe we won't do this video. But I have the video that shows exactly what the Ugandan ambassador was saying. And they were thanking us for not continuing these programs. That's what took place. And that's just one of the countless ambassadors that these programs will not continue, that they're going to come to an end. Yet my colleagues to the left are arguing for these programs to continue, arguing for the people who put these programs in place to go back to work, arguing that the agency that did this be allowed to continue wasting your money. They're going to argue that President Trump doesn't have the authority to do this, but the fact is, of those who were in Congress, all but 3 of them voted to give him the authority in 2024, and it says very specifically in SFOP's approach that the administration may potentially expand, eliminate, consolidate, or downsize covered departments or agencies or organizations. That's the language of the authority. It's not just the content of USAID that is the betrayal. It's the larceny that USAID has conducted. Crooked NGOs around Washington, D.C., swindling American taxpayers out of their money. A recent audit found that USAID's implementing partners were using upwards of 50% of their grants for overhead costs, not life-saving measures. The administration has said that the aid pause is temporary, and they have proven it. The recipients of USAID programs, they can apply for a waiver. I have a list with me. Many have applied, many have been denied, and some have received waivers that actually proved their work was life-saving. Let me give a warning to my colleagues. It will be short-sighted of you if you turn a blind eye to USAID's betrayal and more broadly the betrayal within the State Department. Because we are going to bring in the people who put these programs in place. We are going to show to the American people exactly what they were doing. The videos, the documents, the everything, they are going to see it. Like $25,000 for a drag show seminar for Venezuelan migrants in Ecuador, and we are going to show you that video. That's the USAID program spending your money. We will be writing these programs out of law as we conduct our first full State Department review since 2002. I would say that when done right, foreign aid can be one of the best tools. It can help strengthen our relationships with our allies that need a hand up, and it can help countries realize that America is the best partner. But it's only true if we understand a couple of things. What does America actually need from each country or region? What does that country or region actually want from the United States of America? Because it's not these things. And it's only fair to Americans if we can prove that a dollar is better spent going abroad than staying in the pocket of an American who is right now hustling and grinding it out at work. And I now recognize my colleague, Ranking Member Gregory Meeks.
I want to welcome our witnesses to our first full committee hearing this Congress. But I would be remiss if I didn't make clear my disappointment in the midst of the chaos created by the Trump administration's unlawful attempt to shutter USAID and pause foreign assistance funds. We don't have anyone here today from the administration to explain, to appear, and to explain their actions before this committee. It shouldn't be just private sector individuals here. We are the oversight of the U.S. government, and we should have members from the State Department, the Secretary of State, Rubio, present. And my Democratic colleagues and I have asked the chairman to have a committee hearing with Secretary Rubio, and I urge that to be done as soon as possible. The American people deserve to have their elected representatives question the administration about the decision to shut down a government agency established in law by Congress. We don't have a king. We have a system. If the administration believes what they have done is legal and merited, they should be before Congress. They should be here. they should be talking to the American people directly. We should be summoning them here. I also want to do away with the myth that this exercise with DOGE and USAID is about addressing waste, fraud, and abuse. Because if you really care about waste, fraud, and abuse, you don't illegally fire 21 independent inspector generals in the dark of night. You don't fire the head of the government ethics office. Just this week, President Trump fired USAID's independent inspector general, just one day after he issued a report showing that the administration's own effort to dismantle USAID is wasting taxpayer dollars and putting our national security at risk. That's what's happening. Our national security is at risk. And I'm asking unanimous consent to enter that IG report into the record. This committee and the American people deserve to hear from the IG. I would urge you to invite the Inspector General to appear before this committee to tell us about the actual work of addressing waste, fraud, and abuse, if that's what this is really about. Now, many Republicans, this has not been a partisan issue. Many Republicans have long championed U.S. foreign assistance as critical to our national security, as a source of United States soft power, and a key tool to outcompete China's growing global influence. Despite my disappointment over not having Trump's administration panelists here, I am pleased that among our witnesses today, we have a number of individuals who are Republicans. I look at my former colleague, Ted Yoho, who I have traveled with on several times, several Codales, and we visited USAID programs. I know when you go and travel and see firsthand the work of dedicated USAID Foreign Service officers, civil servants, and local staff to whom we owe our gratitude and our thanks, not the dishonor shown to them by wealthy billionaires with a social media platform. Now, I only have a few minutes left, so I won't spend my time debunking every mischaracterization or outright lie we've heard from the Republican distractors of USAID. These are distractions meant to obscure the critical work USAID does. I instead submit into the record the stories by the Washington Post, the New York Times, fact-checking and dubious claims made by the Republicans.
Do you have them?
Yes.
So ordered.
And what I will use my time on is making clear that this hearing title, the USAID Betrayal, is absolutely correct, because this is a betrayal. The Trump administration is betraying our national security. It is betraying our allies. It is betraying the Americans who carry out USAID's mission in some of the world's most challenging and dangerous places. It is betraying the generosity of the American people, and it is betraying the investments Americans have made for decades to stop diseases before they spread, to make sure girls have the same educational opportunities as boys, and to make sure that the innocent victims ravaged by war or natural disaster have basic human necessities. It's betraying babies who have been born with HIV in the last 3 weeks who could have been born HIV-free if only we continued to provide their mothers with the necessary medication they were sitting on the shelves. It's betrayed America's victory in nearly wiping out polio around the world by stopping the funding to stamp it out in the last 2 countries on earth with the virus still present. Want to know what happens when we stop funding this type of work? Just look at Kansas, where the outbreak of tuberculosis right now grows. So it's not just about health programs. Economic development programs in Latin America build stronger communities and help reduce migration to the United States. Good governance, independent media, civil society programs in developing countries help break debt traps from China and ensure citizens can enjoy their God-given rights. Bottom line, who wins when we pull back from one of America's greatest strengths? China wins. Russia wins. Our adversaries win. So yes, this is a betrayal. This is a betrayal of our national security. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I think I called it exactly right what the arguments were going to be. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. We are pleased to have our panel of witnesses here today on this important topic. Max Primorak, Senior Research Fellow at the Margaret Thatcher Center for Freedom at the Heritage Foundation. The Honorable Ted Yoho, former U.S. Representative from Florida's 3rd Congressional District, and the Honorable Andrew Natsios, former Administrator at the U.S. Agency for International Development. This committee recognizes the importance of the issues before us and is grateful to have you here to speak with us today. Your full statements will be made a part of the record, and I'll ask each of you to keep your comments, spoken remarks to less than 5 minutes in order to allow time for member questions. Hopefully you give us something that more than what we could just read in your opening statements, and I would also ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, be allowed to sit on the dais and participate in today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Mr. Primorak for your opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee. My name is Max Primorak. I am a Senior Research Fellow at the Heritage Foundation. I previously served at the U.S. Agency for International...
PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now! PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now! PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now!
PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now! PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now! PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now! PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now! PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now! PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now!
I guess these guys don't watch the news. They didn't realize that PEPFAR was one of the many programs that did prove to be life-saving, so the funding was restored. Somebody better give them a link to, I don't know, maybe Fox News or something like that. You may resume your opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I previously served at the U.S. Agency for International Development and the U.S. Department of State. I've dedicated 35 years to international relations work. The views I express here today are my own. President Donald Trump's decision to shutter USAID reflects the agency's loss of bipartisan support in Congress and the trust of the American people. It exposes a bureaucracy that went off the ideological rails and no longer reflects the will or the values of the American people. What should be and must be an effective tool of U.S. foreign policy has turned into a partisan global vehicle focused on spending money rather than achieving concrete outcomes aligned with American interests and on imposing radical social ideas that divide us at home and spur resentment abroad. They refuse to be held accountable to Congress and American taxpayers who fund them. Advocates evoke dangers to our national security, citing programs to counter communist China, protect us from the global spread of infectious diseases, and provide life-saving humanitarian aid. I understand the importance of these programs. At USAID, I co-chaired a counter-China interagency group, oversaw containment of 2 Ebola outbreaks, and led the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance. But USAID's obsession with identity politics, gender fluidity, population control, and climate fanaticism undermined these goals. Americans are now aware of massive waste, fraud, and abuse of their money. Every single project was corrupted by this radical agenda. They are not happy. USAID's leadership failed in its most basic fiduciary responsibility, and that is to avoid the kinds of reputational risks that would imperil the agency's legitimacy with Congress and the American people. USAID pushed developing countries to rely on communist China for their green energy needs. 2 years ago, 131 African lawmakers and religious leaders from 13 countries implored Congress not to use PEPFAR to promote abortion, stating, "We want to express our concerns and suspicions that this funding is supporting abortion, that it violates our core beliefs concerning life, family, and religion." Many Africans have told me, but also from other places in the world, the Chinese do not ask us to give up our religion to do business with them. Mr. Chairman, our aid approach has severely harmed our global standing. USAID's humanitarian system is also broken. In Gaza, American aid financed Hamas's campaign to exterminate Israel. Similarly, in Afghanistan, Yemen, and Syria, where we lack physical presence to ensure that our aid is not diverted to terrorists, our aid is sustaining these war economies. USAID failed to properly manage the billions of dollars entrusted to it. This committee discovered that USAID partners were charging 50% or more for overhead. A government audit showed that USAID could not account for overhead charges concerning $142 billion worth of awards. These funds proved a boon for the progressive-dominated foreign aid industry. President Trump's leadership has created a unique opportunity to fast-track important reforms of our aid system. Secretary Rubio might look at the reforms made during the last Trump administration. Our starting point was that the purpose of foreign aid is to end the need for it. Foreign aid is not an international welfare program. USAID is not an international NGO. These must align with American interests and values. A final point. Congress must also do its part. Why should pro-Hamas South Africa, Beijing's point country in Africa, receive billions of dollars of aid from us? We should support our friends instead. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Primorak. I now recognize Mr. Yoho for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Meeks, and members of the committee, it's an honor to participate in this hearing regarding USAID. I'm a former member of Congress serving from 2013 to 2021, representing Florida's 3rd Congressional District. During my 8 years in Congress, I served on this and the Agricultural Committee. I had the honor to serve as chairman of the Asia Pacific Subcommittee during the 115th Congress. I entered Congress.
Mr. Yoho, could you move a little closer to your mic?
It'll help turn it on too, won't it?
Thank you.
I lost that knowledge already, huh? I entered Congress with the goal of eliminating foreign aid for various reasons. Looking back, I was ignorant on what I thought foreign aid was, what it did, and thought it was unnecessary. Soon after my first foreign congressional delegation trip, I realized that foreign aid, when used properly, can be a tool in soft diplomacy that strengthens the nation's economy, security, increases trade, decreases migration, creates strong partners and allies. When used improperly, it has the opposite effect on both our friends and adversaries and wastes taxpayers' money. I became a strong proponent of reforming international assistance by working in a bipartisan and bicameral fashion with my co-sponsors, along with the first Trump administration when we introduced the BUILD Act that authorized the creation of the DFC. This was the largest reform in foreign aid in over 2 decades, and my goal was to move countries from aid to trade with the use of effective tools managed correctly. I chaired, along with Congressman Adam Smith, the Effective Aid Caucus and met with members and outside groups to improve efficiency and effectiveness on assistance. This committee has had many hearings dealing with USAID. It's frustrating that an agency set up to further our security, prosperity, engage in humanitarian projects, and work to prevent the spread of diseases, hunger, and conflict have strayed so far from its original intent when it was created under President Kennedy in 1961. USAID has lost the trust of a large portion of the American people and the international community. Remember, President Lincoln, he said, with public support, you can do almost anything. Without it, you can't do anything. The redesigned U.S. Foreign Assistance entity will have to work hard to recreate that trust here and abroad. Many new reforms are necessary in USAID. There are many ways reform can be performed. And many administrations, and as I heard here today, Congresses have acknowledged this, yet we did not act. The Trump administration acted, and there's a lot of angst and concerns about who has authority, how's it going to be done. Those debates will go on as long as people want to debate, criticize, and complain. President Trump and Secretary Rubio stated the objectives of international aid very clearly moving forward. Does it make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous? It'll serve the nation, our security, and economy, as well as developing nations and our allies to get new reforms in place as soon as possible. Not all aid is bad, nor is it all good. We should focus on those programs that are good and make them better and more effective. Programs that were misused and not aligned with the administration should be eliminated. Congress should look to support programs that have a proven track record of success, and there are many examples to look at, and I'll be happy to discuss those. Moving forward, I would recommend the Trump administration place aid into two categories. First, the hard infrastructure projects like road, water, energy, transportation. These are the projects that are necessary to build an economy in the recipient country so we can wean them off of aid. The U.S. government has instruments like the DFC, MCC, tasked with the heavy lifting in initial phases of a project by providing risk insurance, technical assistance, and expertise, and brings in outside investors and other nations' DFIs. Second, the humanitarian side of assistance via a repurposed USAID type entity working synergistically with the DFC and other USG agencies. Feed the Future, African Growth, and Opportunity Act are effective health and food security programs when implemented properly and generate much soft power goodwill. Unfortunately, if mismanaged, we lose credibility, money, and drive the affected nations to our adversaries. By pausing U.S. international assistance, a vacuum is created. China, Russia, or other are already moving in to fill those voids. The U.S. must quickly bring back the authorization, funding, and a knowledgeable workforce to implement those programs that align with the administration's goal. Does it make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous? One last point. By not being effectively present can be arguably worse than pausing a program. And all you have to do is look at South and Central America and look at how much we've ceded to China and their influence from Russia, China, and Iran. That has to be dealt with immediately. That's a national security threat. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I yield back my time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yoho. I now recognize Mr. Natsios for your opening statement.
Thank you very much. I speak for myself today. I've been involved in humanitarian work and development work.
Let's try that microphone one more time. Maybe pull it a little closer.
Okay, how's that?
Much better.
Better, okay. I speak for myself today. I don't represent anyone. And I've been doing this work since 1989 when I joined the Bush administration, the first Bush administration, as the director of the Office of Foreign Disaster Assistance when the world order was collapsing. And our little office, along with the Food for Peace office, saved tens of millions of lives around the world, which they continued to do through the BHA Bureau, which is now much larger than it was when I was there. If you're upset about getting off course, so am I. But let's course correct, not course destroy. When I took over AID as the administrator in Bush 43, W's administration, in early 2001, I ordered my deputy to begin reviewing every single project, every single program in AID, line by line, and we eliminated 80 programs over a month. And we moved that cash back into the program because there was a cassava mosaic that was destroying the cassava crop in Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and Eastern Congo. And there was a risk of a famine. And we got cuttings in, and we stopped the pandemic, the disease pandemic for the cassava. My point is, I eliminated a lot of philosophically offensive programs that a conservative administration would not tolerate. And when the Democrats took over, they moved the agency to the left. I moved it to the right. The Obama people actually said I was very right-wing. I was the most right-wing administrator in the history of the agency, and yet the career people followed what I wanted to do in the agency. We put heavy emphasis on economic growth, Some of the things you've criticized, sir, with all due respect, are economic growth programs that have been highly successful. 10% of the workforce in Egypt is from tourism. AID has properly invested $100 million over the years, and it's massively increased the number of jobs in Egypt. They are our ally. Don't we want people working instead of being unemployed? It is 12% of the GDP of Egypt, tourism. We call it development tourism. We do it in Lebanon, we do it in Tunisia, we've done it in Kosovo and in Bosnia, we've done it in Morocco, we do it all over the world. It brings in revenue and employs people. It's an economic growth project. I believe in economic growth. I believe in the private sector. I believe in free markets. That's what AID does. The notion that AID is some kind of a Marxist institution is absolutely ridiculous, okay? I know the career officers. I work with them. There is a career track called the private sector officers. And what do? They work with the business community. I started a program which the Democrats continued called the Global Development Alliance. We started it very early on, 2001. What it does is it matches AID money with corporate money to supply their supply chains. We do this all over the world. We're working with hundreds of American corporations. We've raised $60 billion in private sector funding with the American business community to increase jobs all over the world. We've been doing this for 24 years, very successfully. The Europeans and the Canadians and the Australians have taken our lead in this and tried to replicate these public-private alliances. 25% of the money in those GDAs is U.S. government money. 75% is private money. We invest together. We don't give them any money. They don't give us any money. We design the project, we co-invest, and then we manage it. The notion that AID is irresponsible in terms of its oversight is utter nonsense. I wrote an essay 12 years ago called The Clash of the Counter-Bureaucracy and Development. It was published. It's the most cited thing I've written in the scholarly literature. And it was based on my frustration with the level over and over and over again of oversight. The Inspector General, the Special Inspector General. Why do we need two Inspector Generals in Afghanistan and in Iraq? Then we have the GAO, we have the OMB, we have the Congressional Oversight Committee. Every line of what AID does is overseen by 7 different levels of oversight. You know why money disappears? I'll tell you why. Where do we work? Where do we work? Christian NGOs are now delivering food in Sudan in a famine. There will be 2 million people dead by the end of this year. Those are the projections. There is no government in Sudan. There's no police in Sudan. There are no courts.
I thank you for your opening remarks this morning. And I now recognize Chairman Emeritus, Ranking Member Meeks, for his 5 minutes of questioning. Chairman Emeritus McCall for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was chairman of this committee, I got congressional notifications of spending programs from USAID and State Department, and I put holds on those programs, many listed by the chairman. Instead of working with me, the administration, the prior Biden administration, decided to blow through those holds, bucking a long-standing tradition. And I want to go through some of those I put on hold. $1.5 million to promote LGBTQ causes for immigrants in Latin America, allowing them to litigate against foreign governments, primarily Catholic nations. I don't know how that advances the U.S. interests abroad. And as a Catholic myself, I find that very offensive. We've also heard about the $15 million for condoms and contraceptives to Afghanistan, a country under Sharia law, $15 million. What did USAID do? They blew through my holds in complete and utter disregard of this committee's oversight responsibilities. I also uncovered the department had spent $500,000 to advance atheism in Nepal. Atheism in a country where Tibetan Buddhists is a predominant religion. What does that have to do with advancing U.S. interest abroad? The Humanist International Group that they gave money to, the $500,000, the CEO called the Catholic Church an institution you should be ashamed to be involved with. Our taxpayer dollars to condemn the Catholic Church. Again, as a Catholic, I find that extremely offensive. And then the one we've heard so much about, $20,000 for drag shows and drag workshops in Ecuador. Mr. Chairman, I've seen the video you sent out. It is utterly disgusting to the American taxpayer that we are funding that kind of behavior. All these programs gave USAID a black eye. And that's unfortunate. Because you go back to the Marshall Plan, really the genesis for thinking about USAID. The Marshall Plan was one of the most successful programs we endeavored in after World War II to make sure a Hitler never rose from the ashes again. The Food for Peace program, sir, that you discussed, the American farmer benefits from this. It's been extremely successful. Why was USAID created in the first place in 1961? It was to counter the Soviet Union during the Cold War. I believe it still has a legitimate purpose to counter the rising threat of China and Belt and Road and our other foreign adversaries. It also has the ability to counter terrorism. Lindsey Graham and I passed the Global Fragility Act, state, DOD, USAID, all working together to stabilize, destabilize nations, which breed terrorism. PEPFAR, one of the most successful global health programs ever developed under President Bush. Yet all of this is called into question because of the irresponsibility of the Biden administration's woke agenda and policies. Mr. Yo, we've been friends, we work together, colleagues. Your greatest legacy is the BUILD Act, and we need to reinforce that policy as well. But when you look at the core mission, all these programs need to go, and they will be gone. But as we look at program by program and strip down to the core mission, do you still believe that this is a worthwhile endeavor, the core mission of USAID?
I do. I think what you see over a period of time is a mission creep. You know, these programs were designed with purity of purpose. This is what they're supposed to do. And when you get mission creep, you get these things that we're seeing, and they're indefensible, some of the programs that you guys mentioned. And that loses trust, like you said. And in business, what I've learned, and I think everybody can agree with this, people like to do business with people they know, they like, and they trust. If that's true with us on a business setting, it's the same in nations. If other nations know us, they like us, and they trust us, they're going to do business with us. And we've heard this over and over again. You know, it's been brought up by other leaders that...
And can I just ask my time, sure. Is it in our national security interest to maintain the core mission, and I would argue under the State Department for proper supervision?
Yes, it is, and if we don't do that, we cede that leadership to other people.
I now recognize Ranking Member Meeks for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I too am a chairman emeritus of this committee, and I can recall where President Trump, when he was the president, blew past some of my things that I wanted to hold. In fact, he's blown past some already in this term. So that's just the will of what presidents do at times in that regards. But in this instance, 93 missions, every one has been closed. Every one. That's not trying to fix something. That's destroying something. But let me just stop there, because one of the reasons why I asked Mr. Nacios to testify here, because he is a lifelong Republican, and he understands the insides and the outsides of running USAID. more so than anybody, no disrespect to anybody that's on this panel, he's the one that has done it. And I will admit, we don't agree on certain things. Democrats and Republicans don't agree. Some things that Republicans do that I believe is full of waste, destructive, but if they win the elections, they have a choice to try to move it in that direction. When Democrats win, what we stand for, we move in our direction. That's part of having a free, democratic society. We're not Russia. So I want to put the politics aside for this discussion and ask Mr. Nacios, can you explain to the committee why you believe foreign assistance and the work of USAID, as you've done so, is so essential, and you feel so passionately enough about it that you did respond? Because I've seen administrators, Democrats and Republicans alike, who have worked at USAID alike, come out against closing USAID. Can you tell us that today?
Well, let me tell you two stories. One story is my last month at AID. No one knew except my wife I was going to leave and teach at Georgetown. And this was December of 2005. And I always would get a briefing from the director of counterterrorism at the CIA. And he came in to see me and he said, Mr. Nacios, the chatter is you're coming and they're going to attempt to assassinate you. I said, who? He said, well, obviously the Taliban. I said, why are they going to assassinate me? Because you're the head of AID. They can't deal with AID. They can deal with the military. They just shoot each other. But they can't build health clinics. We built 400 health clinics. We got the child mortality rates and the maternal mortality rates down by a third. It took 7 years to do that, but we did it very successfully. And we opened schools. We published 90 million textbooks in the schools to get the kids back in school. And the Taliban can't deal with that. They're going to try, and we advise you not to go. I said, well, let me think about that. But if you do go, announce you've arrived as you're stepping on the plane to leave. I said, what? He said, announce when you're stepping on the plane to leave, announce you've arrived. So in other words, they won't know you're there. So I went, I decided to go, and nothing happened, and I did what he suggested. But what I found out was, from talking to the mullahs in the village, the religious leaders who were pro-democracy and pro-America, that the Taliban disregarded the greatest enemy of the Taliban was USAID. You know, in Kosovo, they named their kids USAID. They actually, the Albanians are Muslims in Kosovo, and that's Muslim. They made it into a Muslim name, USAID. If you go to the refugee camps and displaced camps around the world, USAID is the image of the United States. We used to bring 20,000 students to the United States to get their advanced degrees during the Cold War. You know what the Chinese, you know what we're doing now? 900 scholarships. We stopped doing it. The Chinese are spending huge amounts of money to bring 40,000 people from the developing world to get their degrees in China. We should be investing in that. We're not. And I think we're falling behind, and we're focused on the wrong things. The amount of DEI stuff, I started going through the RFAs. It's a small percentage. It is not accurate to say that this is, and some of these things that have been shown, those are not AID projects. Those are State Department programs. Why are you blaming AID for what the State Department did? The F office in state controls all this stuff. Now let me tell you a second story. After the Aceh tsunami, we did a huge response. Aceh is a part of Indonesia, which had a Muslim insurgency for many years against the central government. We did a huge response. We put the aid logo on everything. The mission director got carried away, 50,000 stickers, USAID from the American people. Before the Aceh tsunami, bin Laden had a 57% approval rating in Indonesia, the largest Muslim country in the world and a democracy. After it, he collapsed from 57% to 27%. We had a 26% approval rating. We went from 26% to 63%. Now you say, Americans like to be liked. We all like to be liked. But what difference does it make? President Uduono, the president of the country, said, I like President Bush, I like the United States, but it's very hard to work with you because you're so unpopular. Not after the Aceh tsunami. The newspapers in Indonesia said, where is bin Laden when we need him? The Americans here we really don't like, and now we realize who our real friends are.
Thank you for answering our questions today, sir. We appreciate it. We agree. A lot of waste, like $10 million through USAID. Everything I listed was USAID. $10 million for circumcision in Mozambique. There's another example for you. I now recognize Mr. Smith from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Upon assuming office, President Biden repealed President Ronald Reagan's Mexico City policy, expanded by President Donald Trump in 2017. But the Biden administration didn't stop there. They initiated a new, radical vision that integrated aggressive abortion on demand into PEPFAR programming, called it Reimagining PEPFAR, that included explicit guidance directing recipients, and this is billions of dollars of U.S. taxpayer funds, to use their leverage to enact pro-abortion laws and policies in PEPFAR countries. Biden hijacked PEPFAR. And he shattered, I did the reauthorization of PEPFAR for 5 years during the Trump administration, the first one. I'm all for it. In this place here and on the floor of the House and all over Africa as I traveled, all for it. But then it was hijacked. In a strong rebuke, and Mr. Max had mentioned this earlier, 131 African lawmakers and religious leaders said that the PEPFAR funding is supporting abortion, and they admonished us to say the NGOs that we finance are hijacking their ideals by pushing it so aggressively in Africa. Mr. Natsios, you testified today, and I read your written statement, that USAID needs to be refashioned, and you said that, quote, you believe it is bad policy to transfer domestic culture wars into politics to the developing world. Do you believe that the Biden administration was wrong to integrate abortion on demand into global health? Because they did it across the board, USAID, and of course PEPFAR. Much of that money is deployed through USAID. When you did say that efforts to protect the weakest and most vulnerable from extermination, I do believe that's trivialized when you somehow bottom line it and say it's a culture war. We believe in defending unborn children and their mothers from the violence of abortion. It's not a culture war. It is a fact when they're in these countries pushing it, that unfortunately children will die. I and like-minded pro-life advocates in Congress and around the world seek to protect unborn baby girls and boys from violence of abortion, including dismemberment, decapitation, and of course the abortion pills, which are now being pushed all over the world, including the United States. How do they work? They starve the baby to death. That's how it works. So, I'm all for global, we did two bipartisan, I was the prime sponsor of it, Global Food Security Acts. I'm all for mitigating global hunger. But when you turn around and say to an entire segment of humanity, unborn children, we're going to starve you to death through these abortion pills, to me, that's unconscionable. So do you agree that pro-abortion NGOs should continue to be empowered and subsidized with billions of dollars each year by the American taxpayer to promote abortion with the goal of changing pro-life laws in these nations? And I would ask all three of our witnesses.
Congressman, you can check my voting record in Massachusetts. I 100%, and in Massachusetts, this is in Massachusetts, I had 100% pro-life voting record for 12 years in the House.
Right.
So my position is very clear, and I took a lot of heat from the feminist groups in Massachusetts, and my views have not changed. I called you once because we found them doing vaginal scraping in Bangladesh in a remote village, and the mission director called me immediately. He said, we discovered this, we put a stop to it, Andrew, because if you do that and the woman is pregnant, the child dies, okay? And you're supposed to check before you do it. They weren't trained properly. They weren't doing it maliciously. They just didn't understand because they weren't trained properly. We fixed it very quietly. I called you up and told you what happened. We were being transparent about it. Other than that, that's the only violation we had in the 5 years that I was aid administrator. The career people will do what they're told to do. I am appalled at what you're telling me that they have done. And by dragging AID into these culture wars, the Biden administration has undermined the need for bipartisan support for AID. We cannot tolerate in an agency with programs all over the world a war between parties, which I'm seeing right now. In my view, it's a failure. All of the things I did at AID, I tried to do it in a way that would not alienate the Democratic Party when I left. If you look before they took apart the agency, everything I created is still there, was still there. They left it in place.
Thank you. I'm almost out of time. The other two distinguished witnesses. Thank you, Andrew.
Congressman, everything that we did during the first Trump administration, and I had these senior positions, we worked very hard to make sure that everything that we did had bipartisan support. What I've seen with the last administration is actually breaking the law, because you're not supposed to. By law, you're not supposed to. And I think the PEPFAR coordinator has stressed that point. But when you fund International Planned Parenthood, when you fund UN agencies that openly promote it, and when the Africans themselves tell you it's happening, then the law is being broken. I hope that the second Trump administration pursues the pro-life policies that it had in the first one, but also to include humanitarian assistance. Thank you.
When we set these policies forward, it's going to behoove all of us, and this is hard to do. These policies should be what's best for America. If it's best for America, it's going to be best for the rest of the world. And those policies are based on our beliefs as a nation. If we're a Christian nation, as we always talk about, that's the right thing to do. And I think we need to stay that way. And the hard part is, with us in this body, we have to keep the checks on that. If not, it goes away. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear the conversation about university spending as well, because there's a lot of that within USAID also. $42 million for Johns Hopkins to research and drive social behavior, and $250,000 for FIU for DEI training, and $244,000 for Stanford to do leadership training, not life-saving programs. And now recognize Mr. Sherman from California.
Foreign aid is a good thing. Americans think that we spend 25% of the federal budget on foreign aid and want it reduced to 10%. But the fact is, it's way less than 1%. It helps us challenge China in the world. It reduces not only hunger, but migration to our borders. And it helps us fight communicable diseases over there before they mutate and come here, and that's why Ronald Reagan recognized the importance of foreign aid. Mr. Chairman, my fear, because I've been here for a long time, when I got here, it wasn't just Democrats against Republicans, it was the legislative branch against the executive branch. And we need to play that role, and as the ranking member points out, we need to have government witnesses here so we can talk about the future rather than just be a cheering squad for the executive branch. But I want to bring to your attention, Mr. Chairman, an action taken by the State Department today that was too woke for Sherman. They announced that they're going to spend $400 million on zero greenhouse gas emitting armored cars. That's right, electric armored cars, $400 million to replace perfectly good gas-driven armored cars. They said they were going to be Tesla Cybertruck armored cars. This administration will get too woke for Sherman if it helps the shareholders of the Tesla automobile. There have been a number of falsehoods stated. The biggest one is the $50 million for Gaza condoms. Musk admitted that it was just completely false. He apologized. So that DOGE made a mistake. Are we going to terminate DOGE? Well, I'd like to, but we're going to terminate DOGE because it made one mistake? No. You identify mistakes that are a lot less than $50 million, people want to terminate USAID. Musk statement he should be apologizing for and publicizing, because the truth has a tough time catching up with the falsehood. But let's go through a few others. We're told that there's $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt. Mr. Nasios, you would demonstrate how that's a good program. We should give credit to Donald Trump for that program. He started it under his first administration. Now it's being attacked. We're told that circumcision is terrible. It's a very cheap operation. It's only done voluntarily. It's been done by Democratic and Republican administrations, including Trump. Why? Because it's a 60% reduction in the risk of female-to-male transmission of HIV. We were told that USAID was spending $80 million on subscriptions to Politico. No, the entire executive branch was doing that. But you know who else spends money on Politico? Republicans in Congress who spend $800,000 of their office budget on Politico. And Mr. Chairman, you didn't spend any money on Politico. Like me, you spent your money on on Bloomberg, as do I. Of course, Michael Waltz spent his money, over $8,000 on Politico just for his own office. The list goes on and on. But we are told that there's waivers for all this. Well, PEPFAR has been allowed to work, but they have no access to funds. But what doesn't get a waiver is democracy programs, and we need democracy in Iran. Education programs and economic development. So it's okay under Trump to give a hungry man a fish, but it's illegal to spend $1 to teach him to fish or to tell him how to get a fishing pole. And under that, we'll be feeding hungry Egyptians forever because they won't have the tourism so that they can buy their food on the world market. We need education, we need democracy, we need economic development. Finally, there's a sad incident. 71-year-old Pei Kao Lau. She was able to survive and flee from Myanmar to Thailand. She was in a camp with over 10,000 people. They cut off the money and they cut off her oxygen, and she died. And no future waiver is going to bring her back to life. Mr. Chairman, I ask that this committee take a minute of silence to remember Pei Kao Lau.
Gentleman's time has expired, and I would also point out that PEPFAR care and treatment, HIV prevention, their PEPFAR programs have been reauthorized for $500 million in other appropriations as well, just in case you were not aware. We now recognize Mr. Wilson from South Carolina. Mr. Wilson is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman Brian Mast, and thank you for your leadership on this very important hearing. In the past, I have supported the very inspiring messages and missions of American outreach. I have, though, sounded the alarm for abuse and wasteful spending in aid programs, sadly, for years. We've routinely seen aid diverted to dictators such as Assad of Syria and oppressing the very people it was meant to help. The Biden administration insanely provided and funded woke, deranged depravity in Syria instead of trying to help the people, and the UN delivered aid through the regime itself to the people as they were being slaughtered by Bashar al-Assad. Legitimate aid was diverted from the needed earthquake recovery that occurred there in Syria. Fortunately, Assad is now removed by the people of Syria, and he is in hiding, of course, in the appropriate location, Moscow, with war criminal Putin. Another example, Mr. Primarak, is the tragic example of dictator diversion, and that is in Tunisia. Once a shining success of the Arab Spring and partner in North America, it's now been turned into a full-blown dictatorship by Kais Saied. While Millennium Challenge Corporation rightfully suspended aid, USAID sent $30 million to cover unclear programs while the dictator has corrupted the economy, destroying jobs. What can be done to stop propping dictators and also aid being diverted, as you correctly identified, even to terrorists themselves? Mr. Primarak?
Yes, sir. I'm not familiar with the situation in Tunisia, but this happens a lot. I think there's a lot of goodwill in these programs. There's a lot of good programs overall, but the problem is that very often these things just go on year after year after year, and no, there's no changes. We're actually propping up bad regimes and socialism. I was in Mozambique in October for the elections there. We have a Marxist Leninist regime. They stole the election. We're spending $1 billion, $500 million to $1 billion a year, and then what happens? There's no reform. We're supporting socialism, and the government just 2 months before we came there provided their port in order to allow the Chinese Navy to project their power into the Western Indian Ocean. So there has to be a much better affinity between what we do on the development aid side and the diplomacy, where we put our ambassadors on the hook to make sure these things don't happen. Thank you.
And indeed, we've seen in the Republic of Georgia the corrupted election of October, where the legitimate president, Salome Zoraifashvili, has been replaced by a Georgian dream, which, as you identify ports, indeed, the Chinese Communist Party has taken over the port there in Georgia on the Black Sea. And simultaneously, the Georgian Dream dictatorship in Tbilisi has reached out to work closely with Tehran at the same time as Tehran has sent assassins to murder Donald Trump. With that in mind, thank goodness we have good people like our congressional alumnus, Ted Yoho, here. And so, Ted, delivery mechanisms for aid have been co-opted by enemies of the United States running the UN. Fortunately, President Trump has appointed Elise Stefanik as the UN ambassador in the tradition of Ambassador Nikki Haley, who will stand firm for America first. Many of the nonprofits that are doing the bidding of dictators are being supported. What can we do to ensure that indeed these agencies are working for the people we're trying to help and not prop up dictators or support terrorists?
I think the biggest thing is just oversight, and we need to follow up on the oversight. We hear every year how many erroneous spending programs there are, how money's being wasted. We hear those reports, but yet when I was in Congress, I didn't see us acting. It was hard to get everybody to act, and that's where I go back to the purity of purpose and what is the mission. We have to stay within those guardrails, and we need to make sure, well, the body of Congress needs to make sure that they stay that way. And it's a tough thing. You know, if it was a static world, it would be easy, but it's a tough world.
And also in the best Florida tradition, our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has announced just last week a great letter to Chairman Mast about how they would be stepping in to identify programs and promote those that promote the people of legitimately in the world who need it. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. Now recognize Representative Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome two of my former colleagues here, Ted Yoho, who is one of the more conservative people I served with here in Congress, and Andrew Natsios, who I think is the most conservative member I served with in the Massachusetts House as a Republican, and Republican leader in Massachusetts as well. You know, I think that what we're seeing with our witnesses like this, is the fact that up until 3 weeks ago, this issue, USAID, used to be the most bipartisan issue. And I've been on this committee now for 14 years plus. We used to agree with these things. We could find things wrong with it that we can correct. And the irony of all this is this: the Republicans are in charge of the White House, the House, and the Senate. They have the power to do this the right way. They have the power of oversight to look at all the things that are being pointed out. That's your responsibility if you don't like it, and you have the power to do it. You don't need this draconian executive directive to do it. It's causing chaos, not just here in this country, but around the world. It's not necessary, and it's a huge departure from everything I've seen occurring in the 14 years before this. Along those lines, I'd like to submit, Mr. Chairman, a letter to the Republican and Democratic leadership in the House and the Senate, and it's from almost 150 former administrative officials, Republicans and Democrats, those who served in the military and the State Department, and urging the rescission of the Trump executive orders aimed at freezing our foreign assistance and dismantling USAID. It deplores the undemocratic and unconstitutional dismantling of these agencies. I'd like to submit this for the record with unanimous consent. And I'd also like to point out some other correspondence that occurred around this issue. The people that praised this action, where did they come from? I'll tell you where they came from. They came from our greatest critics, the greatest critics of democracy right now in the world. They came from the leaders of Russia and Hungary and Venezuela. they're praising this effort. That's who's for this effort. In fact, the Speaker of the Russian State Duma said that anyone who received funding from USAID should be made to publicly confess and repent on Red Square. That's who's praising this. That's who's happy with this. Putin's happy with this. This is so important now in Ukraine. One example, Putin's primary target in Ukraine is to destroy the electrical grid, to use that as an energy weapon of war against the Ukrainians in his illegal aggression. And what does USAID do? They're helping to train and give the resources so that the Ukrainians can repair these damaged electrical grids so they can keep the power on and fight Putin. Putin's happy with this. I mentioned the military leaders. General Mattis, who is also Secretary of Defense under Donald Trump, he used to come to this committee time and time again and say, don't fully fund these programs like USAID, and you know what? If you don't fund it, just buy me some more ammunition. The military in our country understand the importance of this program. I've had discussions for years, and I just recently had discussions with our Special Operations Forces. Those people, I respect them beyond words. They are in the most dangerous parts of the world, in small numbers, a global footprint, working to know where our greatest threats are in the country. They're placed in positions hosting the most dangerous threats to our country, as are so many people working for USAID, risking their lives as well, trying to secure the safety of people, not just in the world, but in our own country, from terrorist threats that are metastasizing and pose increasing threats right here back at home. They told me of the importance of USAID. They told me how they work together on security issues, on intel issues, on understanding how they can use their ability to keep us safe and use it more effectively. And they particularly pointed out what a threat China is, and it'll become a greater threat in the absence of USAID. That's who's asking us not to make these draconian changes. And you know, do it the right way. All those things you do, all the little small cuts. I won't say anything about circumcisions being a small cut. Listen, all these small cuts, you have the power to do it yourself. Do it. Do it the right way. Don't support this. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts. We will write $10 million of foreskin out of the budget. I now recognize Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. USAID was created through executive order in 1961 by President Kennedy, long having lost and strayed from its mission, lost its direction. Even the Clinton administration tried unsuccessfully to reform it. And we spend, I don't know, somewhere between $40 and $50 billion annually on this organization. And with the things that you hear, well, many of us, probably most of us in this room, agree with projecting America's power for the good of all the world around the globe. Quite honestly, if our enemies were asked to design a foreign aid program that would actively undermine the United States of America at maximum cost to the taxpayer, they would be hard-pressed to create a scheme more effective than USAID. That's shocking to say, but I just, it's, look, let's just go to a couple things here. We left Afghanistan, and I'll just characterize it as left in August of 2021. August of 2021. So the Taliban's in charge. Taliban threatens the lives of the NGO personnel distributing USAID. They claim credit for USAID distribution. They interfere with the distribution of USAID aid. They tax the beneficiary of the aid. They tax the delivery service. They steal the food commodities. They divert the funds. They extort citizens for protection for USAID aid. They create sham procurement schemes, and they threaten the lives of those who oppose those schemes. Now, that all occurred before August of 2021, when we were there. When we were there. Now, you know, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. You could just read the Taliban is classified, and if you don't know, the Taliban's in charge of Afghanistan. They're classified as a specially designated global terrorist organization by OFAC. So post-2021, so this is last year, 2024, we spent $697 million of the taxpayers' dollars in Afghanistan, including $534,719,000 in change from USAID in Afghanistan. I don't know what we think we're going to change in Afghanistan. We lost 22,000, lost or wounded 22,500 Americans in Afghanistan over the course of our term there in the war, spending over $2 trillion. We're just going to keep on spending because somehow we think it's going to get better. And if you're wondering who's in charge of Afghanistan getting the money, and that money I just mentioned, the $697 million is on top of, and is in addition to the weekly to every 10-day shipments in cash of $40 to $80 million. Afghanistan is ruled by folks named Sarajuddin Haqqani. The Haqqani network mean anything to anybody in the room? How about Abdullah bin Laden? Who gets some of that money? Does that name ring a bell to anybody in the room? Because your money, $697 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS Khorasan, terrorist training camps. That's what it's funding. If you think that the program under Operation Enduring Sentinel entitled Women's Scholarship Endowment, which receives $60 million annually, or the Young Women Lead, which gets about $5 million annually, is going to women who, by the way, if you read the Inspector General's report, is telling you that the Taliban does not allow women to speak in public. Yet somehow you're believing, and American people are supposed to believe, that this money is going for the betterment of the women in Afghanistan. It is not. You are funding terrorism, and it's coming through USAID. And it's not just Afghanistan, because Pakistan's right next door. USAID spent $840 million in the last 20 years on Pakistan's education-related program. It includes $136 million to build 120 schools, of which there is zero evidence that any of them were built. Why would there be any evidence? The Inspector General can't get in to see them. But you know what? We doubled down and spent $20 million from USAID to create educational television programs for children unable to attend the physical school. Yeah, they can't attend it because it doesn't exist. You paid for it. Somebody else got the money. You are paying for terrorism. This has got to end. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. In addition, we don't even have an embassy in Afghanistan. Chair now recognizes the representative from California, Mr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off by, I know a lot of USAID workers, former workers, alumni are watching this hearing. I want to thank them for their work. They're patriotic Americans. They're out there, they're doing God's work, helping save lives and everything else, and I'm sorry that you guys are caught up in this. So I want to appreciate this on behalf of the United States of America. You guys are patriotic Americans. I've visited with a lot of these folks. I travel a lot, gone into refugee camps, and have seen what they do in terms of life-saving stuff. And again, it's super important work that they do. It represents the best of American values, and it is really sad to see these folks get thrown under the bus. When we talk about stronger, better, more prosperous, I think we're all in favor of that. We're all in favor of working together. Mr. Chairman, Congressman Yoho's my classmate, and he may have been more conservative than you when he got to Congress. Ted, you and I traveled, I think, on your first trip abroad. We went out and saw some of these USAID projects. I watched you over time, become the champion of the Build Act, a champion of reforms, and we've continued to stay in touch. Now, what saddens me about this whole approach, now I'm not going to talk about Elon Musk. I'm not surprised by how he's approaching things, but this isn't Twitter. I don't want a 21-year-old tech bro going through deciding which programs we should continue and not continue. Mr. Chairman, I want us to work and do that work. We can go line by line, or we could hire Mr. Yoho to go through line by line and say, hey, here's the programs that make sense, here's the ones that don't. But that's our job. That's what we're supposed to be doing. That's our oversight. I don't want that 21-year-old tech bro, probably has never traveled anywhere, has no passport, doing our job. Let's do this work together. And I'm not here to defend every USAID program, but I do believe it serves a really important purpose for our values. We've read Heritage Foundation reports. I worry about what's happening in the Pacific Islands. They put out a good report. We've met with them. We're ceding our influence there. We're already seeing China step in and take things over. We're watching it in Cambodia and Southeast Asia. Programs that are good programs like demining, China stepped in, it's front page news. Let's not shut everything down. Let's make necessary reforms. Let's, as Congressman Yo said, let's focus on humanitarian aid, let's focus on development, and let's look at the programs that do this. For the American people, the most successful development program in the history of the world was the Marshall Plan. That was us. That was the United States of America rebuilding Europe, creating stable democracies, preventing war, lifting hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. That was us. We can do this, and we can do it better and smarter and not betray our values as Americans. But we should do this. This is Congress's job. It's not someone else's job. And I'm willing to work with you to figure out what programs make sense. Let's write a foreign aid authorization bill. But let's do it in a smart way. Let's get former administrators in here. Let's us do the work, Democrats and Republicans, to rebuild a better, stronger, more prosperous USAID. Congressman Yo, we're friends, and we've stayed in touch over the years. I appreciate the Build Act. That was bipartisan, and your leadership there. I am a little bit worried because I've heard President Trump talk about creating a sovereign wealth fund, perhaps making that DFC's mission. Will you actually talk about the difference between DFC and sovereign wealth fund?
What I see is the DFC was designed for a specific purpose when we put it together. We wanted to move countries from aid to trade. That was our big thing. And I won't go into why I came up with that. We were on a Codell over in the DRC. And if they want to create a sovereign wealth fund, I think they should do that separately. And I think there was an executive order, in fact, to do that, which is good because if you put it in the DFC, it starts clouding the mission. Are we going to do development? Or are we going to do build the trust fund or the sovereign wealth fund? And you start clouding the mission and you get away from what I like to call purity of purpose. The DFC was for hardcore infrastructure projects that will bring in other investors in a region that needs those jobs and the opportunity so that we can wean them off foreign aid. Foreign aid by itself has not brought anybody into prosperity. But working together to build that infrastructure, to create that structure there, that brings in the opportunity, outside dollars, and then we create friendships and allies around the world.
Great,
increases
thank you.
trade.
Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to work. Let's do the work here in Congress in this committee, and let's build a better, stronger, more prosperous
And I commend
USAID.
you guys for saying that.
Could I just add something, if I could?
Gentleman's time has expired. I do thank the representative for wanting to work on the State Department reauthorization and look forward to working with you on that. The representative from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to submit for the record an article of why condoms cannot always be trusted. It's dated March 19th, 1993, and it goes on to say that USAID distributed around 800 million condoms last year, and this was in 93. The argument that condoms are not being distributed obviously has some holes in it, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Premerick, can you provide an example of USAID programs, a USAID program that was harmful to the U.S. foreign interests? I probably didn't say your name right. I've said
No,
it.
that's okay, Congressman. Thank you. Yeah,
Nobody
I
gets,
think
Jonathan
this is-
Jackson still doesn't get Burchett right, so we're good.
Now, I've heard a lot about the issue of China, and I agree that it's very important to counter China, but the last 4 years went in the opposite direction. The strong counter-China infrastructure that we had developed over at USAID was simply dismantled by the next administration. I can't think of anything that's harmed the developing world than the climate agenda. It has pushed all of these countries, especially in Africa, to go green. Solar, wind, EV, who produces all of those materials? It's China. And then on top of it, we tell them, no, you can't develop your own fossil fuel industry because it's anti-green. So what happens? They can't generate the revenues to create good jobs at home. They can't generate the revenues in order to finance their own health, education, and other needs. And it increases the price of energy, which does what to the poor? It hurts them. The climate agenda has done more in increasing poverty and increasing hunger than anything else. Of course, the resentment that's building up from around the world, that's much more conservative than we are on these woke things, it's extremely damaging. And look, a friend of mine at work provided me this morning with something that's very, very telling. Of the 19 of the top 20 countries receiving aid from USAID are part of the Belt and Road Initiative that China runs.
Sure.
I mean, this is showing that our efforts are not working. And I agree with Congressman Yoho and Administrator Natsios that the developing world, they want more trade, they want more investment. I don't care if you're speaking to government officials, business leaders, religious leaders. They don't want all of this other kind of aid where 50% of it is gone and we're violating their norms and their
Let me get a couple more questions in to you, if that'd be all right. Did USAID assist in illegal immigration on our southern border?
I think that's something, it's both state and aid that's shared in that responsibility. PRM over at state, I think, is doing this. There was this whole thing about root causes and spending billions of dollars in Central America as if that would stem illegal immigration. But the problem with that argument is that these countries earn tens of billions of dollars of remittances. So the amount of aid that we're spending is such a tiny amount, it doesn't have any impact. If you want to stem illegal immigration, it's not foreign aid, it's closing the border. And we're seeing the results of it now.
Did USAID fund foreign terrorist organizations such as the Taliban?
You know, when I launched and led the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance, we had an internal risk assessment tool, and I pushed it immediately into red because we were sending money in places where we didn't have an actual presence. In a place like Afghanistan, we're not there. All of the international NGOs that we worked through, they left, and the Afghans that had worked for us, they fled or were killed. So we have absolutely no idea what's happening with that money, but it's being spent. Before I left as the COO, I put in a very tough vetting requirement that anybody who touches the money must go through our databases to see whether or not these are terrorists. But the next administration just removed it. So I think we can safely conclude that we are.
Those groups will hate us for free. Ted, does Congress authorize the spending for every individual USAID program? And that's to say, did Congress approve the $20,000 for the drag show in Ecuador or the $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia?
No, they don't. It goes, again, those things happen without the oversight. And it's hard to do oversight when you have a big organization like that. And that's why, again, you have to have the purity of purpose, and we have to be diligent when I was in Congress to be the ones that say, we're not spending this money.
Thank you.
But those two projects are State Department projects. They're not USAID projects. That is inaccurate, sir.
Did I say that? I didn't say that, sir, but thank you for putting words in my mouth. I would like to submit this article for the record, Mr. Chairman.
So ordered. Gentleman's time has expired, and I'd add, they don't just happen whether we authorize or deauthorize. They happen because of bad people in USAID or the State Department that put these forward programs. You don't belong there if you're putting these programs forward, and their time at those agencies will come to an end. I now recognize the representative from California, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, a question for my colleagues. I know all of us probably remember Ebola from the 2014 outbreak that President Trump, a private citizen at the time, was particularly outspoken about and terrified of. For those of you who don't remember, Ebola is a disease that has about a 41% fatality rate, no vaccine, no treatment. It causes vomiting, muscle pain, and hemorrhagic bleeding. Pretty bad. I'd like all of my colleagues, please raise your hand if you would like Ebola in the United States. No one?
You say your question again?
Would you like Ebola in the United States?
I'm glad the Trump administration approved Ebola response in
Yes,
their waivers.
on that point, I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a New York Times article, Life-Saving Aid Remains Halted Worldwide Despite Rubio's Promise.
So ordered, but it's not if you want to see the list.
And on Tuesday, Elon Musk, the billionaire tech entrepreneur empowered by President Trump to combat the agency, I'm quoting the article now, told reporters in the Oval Office that the administration had turned on funding for Ebola prevention and for HIV prevention. But in reality, again, quoting this article, the Ebola funding and virtually all of the HIV prevention funding remains frozen, according to USAID employees and several aid groups. And that is because the payment system called Phoenix that USAID relies on to disperse financial assistance has been inaccessible for weeks. So as you may know, Mr. Natsios, the outbreak of diseases, infectious diseases, is one of the big things that USAID helps to prevent, which is why I think we all should be so horrified that because of Elon Musk's illegal takeover of USAID, USAID is no longer able to screen travelers at airports leaving Uganda, where there is currently an Ebola outbreak that Americans have already been infected by. Mr. Natsios, you led USAID, correct? Do you think stopping the screening of travelers makes America more or less safe?
It makes us less safe, but I would add that there is, over the last 30 years, we built a system in 90 southern countries for monitoring all infectious diseases, and that's the early warning system. So if an outbreak of any disease takes place, we know about it. The countries where, like China, where COVID started, I certainly wouldn't advocate having an AID mission there, but the countries where there's an aid mission, the ministries of health have been trained, and there's a comprehensive early warning system to protect us. That system is, in terms of AID support for it, has been shut down.
That's right.
I might also add—
Sorry, I just want to reclaim my time because I have a few more questions, but I completely agree with you. So let's take my Republican colleagues at your word. You want to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse. I agree with that. You want to reform how USAID does its work. I agree with that too. In fact, I have bipartisan legislation to do that I'm happy to work with you, Mr. Mast, on. But let's talk about what's actually happening. So, Mr. Natsios, again, would you consider yourself liberal or woke in any way?
No.
Okay, great. Do you believe that USAID is a criminal agency plagued by waste, fraud, and abuse?
No.
And on February 4th, nearly the entire USAID workforce was notified that they were being placed on administrative leave. Mr. Natsios, would you say that removing the majority of the staff responsible for overseeing USAID's programs increases or decreases the risk of waste, fraud, and abuse?
Well, it increases it because the oversight of AID officers are there for oversight. That's what they do. 40% of the staff of AID are compliance officers. They spend all day trying to make sure these things don't happen. They do happen sometimes because of where we work.
And the USAID Inspector General agreed with you as the ranking member entered into the record, stated that all of USAID's oversight controls are largely non-operational. But instead of addressing this problem, Trump actually fired the Inspector General, who released this report the very next day. Mr. Natsios, does firing USAID's Inspector General generally reduce or increase waste, fraud, and abuse?
Well, Congresswoman, I'm trying to stay out of the vitriol here, but the Inspector General is there to investigate abuse. And let me tell you how it works. People think that they watch us and then they find this stuff and then they arrest us and all. That's not how it works. The 80% of the investigations done by aid are initiated by aid compliance officers who call the IG and say there's a problem, you need to come in here and fix it.
So
and then they work with them.
Just to clarify, not only is this freeze endangering Americans, but Trump and Musk's argument for stopping this assistance to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse is a complete lie because they are doing the opposite. That's because this is not about oversight. It's not about reform. It's about completely gutting foreign assistance itself. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her questions, and I would remind everybody that Ebola response has been restored, $250,000 through IOM, $1.5 million through UNICEF, another $250,000 IRFC, and others. The list goes on. And we should be supporting the correct programs. Uganda was brought up, and I would say, as an example there was a program, $5.5 million for promoting LGBT acceptance in Uganda. That is not life-saving, and that's not combating Ebola. Gentlemen from Tennessee, Mr. Green is now recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Mass, and I appreciate your leadership, and I look forward to working alongside you to bring needed reform to our diplomatic strategy. We certainly have a lot of work to do, and this hearing is just the beginning. Accountability is coming. Thank you also to our witnesses today. The corruption going on behind USAID's doors has been a wake-up call for all Americans. As chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee, I spent the last 2 years exposing the Biden administration's sabotage of our border and the policies that kept America safe. I saw firsthand their willful refusal to protect this country. Under the guise of foreign aid, USAID has been an unapologetic front for a far-left agenda. It has become self-evident there weren't a handful of foolish policies, but rather a coordinated strategy of radical, idiotic, and often anti-American priorities. Idiotic, you say? Millions to teach Moroccans how to make pottery? The Moroccans were making pottery before we were a country. This entire debate today and the crocodile tears from Democrats just goes to show what's wrong with this town. Not a single Democrat I've heard has expressed dismay at the many examples of crazy, wasteful spending. I don't understand the objection to a deep dive in how we spend our money, but perhaps it's the fact that over the last several weeks, a massive surge has occurred in the search for a criminal defense attorney. That probably says it all. 5 times in this city, any other city in the nation. I'd like to remind the committee that President Kennedy unilaterally created USAID through an executive order in 1961. Yet the President Trump, orders a momentary pause after winning a mandate for reform, and Democrats cry, constitutional crisis. This is after 4 years of reckless spending and unrepentant lawlessness from the Biden administration. I want the American people to understand how this works in Washington. As long as you're spending other people's money, no one bats an eye. But the second you want to save taxpayer dollars, the swamp cries wolf, or in this case, unprecedented constitutional crisis. This breathless, fake outrage from the left is utterly insane. And you know what the American people, you know they can see right through it. The generosity of Americans and the blessing of giving aid to others has always been one of our most valuable tools for diplomacy. The American people have a proud history of championing aid to our fellow man, but lawless bureaucrats have poisoned that goodwill. Many USAID programs are wasteful and actively sabotage our diplomatic relationships by forcing woke ideology on our partners. Just look at PEPFAR, a beacon of hope in the fight against HIV/AIDS, yet the Biden administration even weaponized this crucial program, jeopardizing lives and undermining our relationship with African nations. Under Administrator Powers, our message to Africa was explicit, as it was heinous. Abort your babies and violate your religious convictions, or we won't grant you life-saving aid. Let me be crystal clear to those who've been complicit in this betrayal. Firing those involved is just a start. We have a long way to go. And one last point. I want to correct the record on a couple of things. First, Elon Musk and the team that is working does not have access to personal data. They don't have access to your Social Security number. That is a lie. Elon Musk does have a security clearance. He has a top secret security clearance. By God, he makes the rockets for NASA. But the suggestion that he somehow can't be trusted to dig into how we're spending our money is nothing but a smokescreen to hide the corruption and the wasteful spending that has occurred there. And I am personally offended at the left's continued references to 19-year-olds and 21-year-olds in their doing work. There are 19-year-olds who have won the Medal of Honor defending this country. Just because you're 19 doesn't mean you're some child who can't be trusted. It is offensive. And if you're 19 years old out there, 20 years old, and you're serving this country, by God, your service matters. Keep serving. We thank you for that. It would appear that I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Amen. Representative Castro is now recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I would just say that if you can find us a 19-year-old Medal of Honor winner who'd love to serve in the U.S. government, we'd love to have him, rather than this 19-year-old who's a mystery man and got fired from his last job. As y'all hear a lot of angry, fire-breathing rhetoric coming from the other side, I want you to consider, as Americans, where we started the year. Our country, for all of the complaints and all of the anger, is still the most powerful, prosperous nation on earth, with the lowest unemployment rate in decades and a strong economy, where foreign aid represents about 1% of our total budget. And yet, Elon Musk and this administration's attempt to illegally shut down USAID and freeze ongoing foreign assistance programs has been met with support and applause from some of the world's worst authoritarians. Venezuelan Interior Minister and Nicolas Maduro's key lieutenant celebrated the Trump administration's actions in ending support to the Venezuelan opposition. In Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega's sons said that, quote, Trump turned off the faucet for terrorists when he shuttered USAID funding. Belarusian leader Lukashenko applauded the administration's decision to cut funding for, quote, the fugitive opposition. The opposition that for years Republicans have said they support, they have now abandoned. President Trump has abandoned. He cut off TPS for Venezuelans and betrayed the people of South Florida and sent them back to a man he says is dangerous, yet sent Rick Grinnell to handshake with. After this administration's halted funding to Cambodia to remove unexploded bombs that the United States dropped on their country years ago, China offered to move in and replace U.S. funding. China has offered to go do the job that we are no longer doing. What do you think that does for American diplomacy? What do you think it does for our reputation around the world? What do those people think of us that we won't help them take away the bombs that we dropped years ago? Similar celebrations have come from leaders in Russia, Iran, Hungary, Cuba, and other countries as we've cut support to democracy activists in these countries. Democracy activists. Republicans have been eager to accuse Democrats of, quote, abandoning our allies. The reality is that the Trump administration abandoned our allies everywhere, and it didn't even take a week. Donald Trump has abandoned those fighting for democracy in Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Iran, North Korea, and China. He's abandoned Taiwan, freezing security assistance to the island nation facing threats of invasion from China. Donald Trump abandoned our partners in Indonesia, Malaysia, Iraq, and other countries fighting terrorism with the support of USAID. He's abandoned the country of Jordan by freezing security assistance, abandoned millions of victims of HIV/AIDS, supported by PEPFAR, and abandoned those suffering from malaria and TB. Donald Trump has also abandoned American citizens, American farmers that feed the world, whose produce is rotting in ports and warehouses, and our USAID professionals and families that he stranded abroad. Make no mistake, these decisions will come back to haunt the United States of America. And not only in terms of diplomacy, not only in terms of how people think of us in faraway lands, those diseases that we're no longer helping to cure, people will get sick not only in those countries, but in the United States. And I hope that just as folks are taking credit for what's going on now, that when those diseases hit the United States, that they will take full credit for that. I have a question of the panel. I want to ask Mr. Natsios whether you think these actions, you were a USAID administrator, you saw the good and the bad, and you had reform. I had a reform bill myself, which some Republicans joined me on last Congress. You think the totality of this is making us stronger in the world or weaker?
I think that our aid program makes us stronger, and I think USAID, prior to all of the controversy, was achieving that, except for the woke program that has been introduced, which has alienated very conservative Christian societies in Africa.
And Mr. Natsios, I want to interrupt you for just a second, because there was an example of funding to help LGBTQ communities in Uganda. In Uganda, the death penalty was proposed for gay people.
Right, right.
Is that considered woke? Is that what they're using as an example of woke, is helping gay people because they're under the threat of death by their own government?
Any violence against any person is not acceptable. So I understand what you're saying.
So you would be for that funding then?
What I'm saying is that we're dealing with very conservative society, Muslim and Christian, and we need to respect not what you're talking about, because that happened, I think, in reaction to us, actually, because it wasn't there before. But let me just say that we give, AID gives $1 billion a year to Christian NGOs, evangelical, Pentecostal, Roman Catholic, my church, the Orthodox Church, and mainline Protestant. $1 billion a year. All those programs are now frozen. They've laid off the staff, and I have to say it's damaging the church's mission in the world. I think this whole shutdown is, and I might say, Mr. Chairman, just not to be partisan, I'm just to tell you what's happening. I've met with the Christian groups. Even though they have waivers, the Phoenix system is not operating. Unless the Phoenix system can operate, they can't issue checks. No one is getting funded, even though the waiver has been granted. I'm not saying that in a partisan way. Please do something about it. It's having an effect in the field in a profound way. A lot of AIDS orphans are being taken care of by the church.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And the staff has been laid off.
Gentleman's time has expired. Representative from Kentucky, Mr. Barr is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the very important hearing exposing the jaw-dropping waste at the USAID. And many U.S. aid foreign assistance grants are not only wasteful, but counterproductive to our diplomatic and foreign policy objectives. Just a few examples: $75,000 for a drag show workshop in Ecuador, $37 million for services for sex workers and their clients and transgender people in South Africa, $31 million for providing U.S. aid employees with resilience, wellness, and work-life balance counseling, $24 million to build green transportation alternatives in Georgia, $500,000 to help Indonesian coffee companies become more climate and gender-friendly, $15 million to promote LGBT rights for individuals in Kenya, and $2 million to conduct sex change surgeries in Guatemala through a trans-led organization. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are whining that President Trump has fired the Inspector General of this agency. Thank goodness for President Trump for firing an Inspector General for not exposing what Elon Musk has exposed with this waste. Are these programs what hardworking American taxpayers should be funding? But let me focus on Uganda because my colleague from Texas raised that issue, a country that has thousands of soldiers fighting for our counterterrorism interests against al-Shabaab in Somalia. And that country was severely punished by the Biden administration for signing its anti-homosexuality law into law in May of 2023. The Biden administration revoked Uganda's AGOA eligibility, enacted visa restrictions on Ugandan individuals, and pressured the World Bank to prohibit new public financing. Despite this, USAID has provided a $600,000 grant to, quote, empower Uganda's LGBT community to push back against this legislation, and a $5.4 million grant to shift public perception and attitudes in Uganda towards LGBT acceptance and to train LGBT individuals on the skills needed to engage in the economy. Now, in Uganda, China is expected to finance the $5 billion East African crude oil pipeline directly because Western leaders and the World Bank are walking away from the project because the Biden administration's response to their own domestic legislation. Mr. Primorak, should taxpayer dollars go toward penalizing countries like Uganda for making their own internal domestic political decisions on social issues that one administration doesn't agree with, which in turn strengthens countries' relationships with our adversaries like the communists in China?
Congressman, I've spoken to many officials from the region there, and they explained to me their shock when they would prepare for meetings with Secretary Blinken. They prepared about how can we work together to combat China, actually. But when they had the meeting, they were hit with the woke things about the climate, about the LGBT, and all these issues. They were utterly stunned that here they are, Africa. They know about the challenge and the great geostrategic fight that we have, ready to work with us, but we weren't ready to work with them.
Well, look, I get it. The gentleman from Texas disagrees with the Ugandan people. I get it. The Biden administration disagreed with the Ugandan people, and Secretary Blinken and USAID in the previous administration disagreed with the Ugandan people on this issue of homosexuality legislation. I get it. The question is not their opinion. The question is, what is the diplomatic job of the State Department and USAID? Is it to lecture the Ugandans, or is it to help us counter Belt and Road? Is the job of the State Department and USAID to advance American national security? That's the question. And what they did in that instance with Uganda is compromise American national security and empower our adversary. Representative Yoho, Ted, it's good to see you. Thank you for your amazing work and your authorship of the BUILD Act. You were instrumental in the passage of that bill and authorized U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. Can you see DFC playing a much more effective role in advancing our interests abroad and countering China's Belt and Road?
Absolutely.
And if you could, how can reforms like equity scoring and country eligibility changes help U.S. investments in countries like Panama?
It's a big reform. I mean, that's the best tool we have to counter the BRI, the Belt Road Initiative, and the equity scoring is a must fix. It's something that has to be, because right now it limits what the DFC can do, and then raising the country of eligibility allows us to go into these countries strategically where we can counter the BRI where we can't go now. And this is something that we're going to talk about next month in the reauthorization. And I hope it's a bipartisan effort, and there's a lot of support, but if we don't do it, we're going to see that much more influence, and it goes to people that aren't friendly to the United States.
Well, thanks for your leadership on that, and I agree with you. Move from aid to trade.
To trade.
And thank you to President Trump for his leadership on rooting out all of this waste and frankly, activity that undermines our national security.
Gentlemen's time has expired. Votes have been called. We're going to go through one more round of questions and then recess until the conclusion of votes. So Representative Sherpalis McCormick, you will be the last one to be recognized before we recess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. And thank you, everybody, for being here. USAID, along with the State Department, has been one of our strongest mechanisms to secure the region and national security, and also build relationships throughout the entire world. In Haiti, we've seen huge support and huge forward movement when it comes to USAID providing an option for many children who are either forced to join the gangs or face starvation and their families dying. But USAID has stepped in and actually gave them an option, which is to eat and provide food. We recently spoke with the World Health Organization and other organizations that are there feeding people in Haiti. And one of the things they brought up to us is that if they don't have the funds by March, they will not have the option to start feeding again and doing those programs in Haiti. Although there is a waiver, we've already talked about at length about the problems with the waiver and them kicking in back with the payment system. But we also have to talk about how there is not enough people to be working at USAID right now to facilitate that. We've gotten several calls of people who are anxious about what is going on, including people who are actually sending food out through our ports in Palm Beach. We've heard a lot of people wondering if their food's going to be sent. Farmers now are worried. We have over 23 farms that are being impacted in the state of Florida. So I have a question for you. My question is, I think we all can come together and agree that auditing USAID is actually a good thing. We can talk about where we agree and disagree. However, the real issue is implementation. We're finding that this implementation is creating extensive collateral damage to American citizens and also to our partners. And we're also finding that some of this damage is irreparable harm, meaning that we just can't fix it by giving them money. We're hearing more and more about people who are exposed and who need life-saving treatment who are not getting it despite the waivers. And so I believe that the strength of our nation is us following that constitutional privilege of us embodying and allowing Congress to actually determine the implementation. So I want to know for you, how much of USAID's programs are actually life-saving programs? Yes.
Of the $38 billion last year, $15 billion was humanitarian assistance and emergencies, famine relief, disasters, civil wars. $8 billion was for health. Most, except for the family planning program, which is, the last time I checked was $275 million. Most of the health programs were life-saving.
And so do you believe that if Congress
That's about 55% of the budget.
So do you believe if Congress actually had the opportunity to do its role in actually crafting out the implementation over DOGE, do you believe that we would have been able to substantiate or even to make sure that many people who are being harmed right now are not being harmed?
Well, there's a problem now that's people who are being denied, who can't get the antiretrovirals because the system is shut down. There's violence against the aid workers and against our AID officers. There was an incident just now in Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where the aid officers had to take their families and go across to Brazzaville, across the river to another country, because they were under attack for people who thought they were going to die because they couldn't get this aid. There's a whole bunch of articles on this. This is not a small incident. This was very, very serious. Some of the embassy people were under attack too.
Well, thank you so much for identifying that, because USAID is not a faucet that you can turn on and off.
Right.
You cannot pause it and then turn it on and think that there will be no damage. However, I do have confidence that if Congress had the opportunity, instead of DOGE, that we could have worked across the aisle to identify what would have been the consequences and, in fact, protect not just our farmers, but the people who are using it. We're hearing more and more stories about people who are actually losing their lives because they were part of an experimental program, they were part of a USAID program, even hearing stories about people who have objects and instruments who are still in their body, and because there's a stop order, they cannot remove them. And so as we move forward, I would like for us to focus on what is the strength of our nation. Us being able to work together and identify how we can actually promote the agenda of the United States, but still preserve our compassion. And I have full faith and confidence that if we had the opportunity to do our constitutional duty as members of Congress, working with the chairman, who I've worked with several times before, and I believe he's a compassionate person, that we would have saw what was happening and prevented any kind of collateral damage to our farms, to our district, to our ports, especially the loss of life. So as we go forward, I think we should stop focusing on totally a few programs which you may disagree on, but focus on how we can regain ourselves internationally, because every single day that we actually have these arguments and funding isn't going out, China is stepping in. Russia is stepping in. And what they're telling them is that we are not reliable, that we will not be there, that we will start and we will stop and people will get hurt. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. We do have time to do one other round of questioning before we recess for votes, and so we're going to recognize Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the witnesses. My name is Maria Salazar. I'm the chairman of the Western Hemisphere Committee, subcommittee here in the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and I am very distraught because some of the programs that we have been talking about come from the region that I represent. Many people in South Florida that come from those countries of origin, Guatemala, Venezuela, and Peru. So I understand, Mr. Inacios, that that you do not agree with the way that Elon Musk has conducted his investigation into USAID. But I do believe, coming from the world of television, that you are judged by the results, not by the process. And Musk has discovered things that are completely and absolutely embarrassing. And in my, specifically in the region that I'm saying that I'm representing a lot of constituents. So I want to salute you because you said that you did the job, you were the administrator, that you went line by line, that you were cleaning up the different programs, that you took your job very seriously. But apparently, we are in different times. And I'm just going to share with you within the time that I have 3 programs coming from Latin America, which I think that are highly embarrassing. Let's start with Venezuela. And here's the video that Chairman played before. Venezuelans, they're fleeing Marxism. They're hungry. The average Venezuelan weighs 15 pounds less because of lack of food. We know that Chavez has destroyed the country. They make it to Ecuador. They're tired. And then they encounter that the United States, which is the beacon of hope, is offering this program to become a drag queen. So I think there's something wrong with that picture. And I think, I'm not sure if we can play it again, but I just wanted your opinion.
Well, that particular program was a State Department program. And I have great respect for the State Department, but I think it's appalling they did it, to be very frank with you.
So you do not agree with those $35,000
No,
invested?
I don't. I think we should stick with our basic mission.
Okay, well, but you agree that they have not under you.
Oh,
but
no, they have not.
They have not.
And
okay,
I think
so
that
let's
needs
go
to be
I just want to
changed.
hear your thoughts because unfortunately
Just
time
one
is of
comment,
the essence. $2 million for Native Indians in Guatemala. President Giammattei called me. I've never had a president from a country saying, I don't want the United States money. Highly conservative. These are the Native Indians in Guatemala, people who are just, flipping the tortillas and they just want to learn how to do a job, not sex change surgeries. What do you think about that?
That's beyond what this AID mission is. I don't think
Good.
we should be.
That's all we need to know. Peru, in the Amazon. This is the jungle. This is not Jeff Bezos' Amazon. This is like where people have harsh conditions. They need mosquito nets to fight malaria. So $25,000 for diversity recruitment events. What is a diversity recruitment event in the middle of the jungle?
I have no idea. Congressman, just one comment. You can move aid to do what you want by hiring a development professional, a conservative, who knows how to manage a large, complex operation. Mark Green was such a person, okay, under Trump.
But then what happened between your time and this time? Tell me, what happened?
Well, politics gets involved.
Oh, politics. But then Elon Musk comes and tries to clean politics and go back to the original mission of the program. Is that correct?
I think it would be useful if Musk and some of his staff would go to the field and see the projects.
Well, I think
they would take a different view.
I'm sure they don't have time, sir, to do that. But what I'm saying is that he did something that, according to what you just explained, it brings benefit to the USAID programs.
The USAID staff do what the political appointees tell them to do.
Well, okay.
They don't initiate these things.
They don't.
No.
So that means that all these directives came from the White House.
The White House, yes, and the State Department.
So that, okay, but then the White House, the State Department responds to the White House. So you are telling me that under the Biden administration, the USAID lost its course, yes or no?
I think AID needs to be more independent of the political wars in Washington.
You just told me that the State Department is the one that directs that. Okay, and the State Department responds to the White House.
That's correct.
All right, so that means then that the White House gave the wrong directives to USAID.
In my view.
In your view. Good. Yes. Thank you. Well, that's all we needed to know. So now we have a new sheriff in town called Donald Trump, and then that guy brought another guy called Elon Musk to do the job, something that no one else has done before. So why do we need to criticize him?
Because he doesn't know anything about development. He may be a genius at technology. He does not know anything about development.
But
The
it
stuff
has,
they've
but
been-
wait. Development has nothing to do with what is the mission statement for USAID? Secure, prosper, and value American values.
running
Either $2 million for the native Indians in Guatemala to change their sex surgeries has nothing to do with that.
$15 billion was spent on humanitarian assistance in emergencies and refugee camps. There's particular skills you learn in doing that. I did that.
I understand,
know
but
what
you're
that is.
talking about what works. I'm talking about what does not work.
Gentlelady's time
Thank
has
you.
expired.
I appreciate, Chairman. Thank you, sir, for your time.
I would also let you know, Ms. Salazar, that I've had numerous calls from ambassadors during the Biden administration who intend to provide us with the reprimands that they wrote against career employees who were undermining their work, doing these programs that they didn't want, but did them anyways, and the administration didn't care. And we look forward to bringing those things to light as well. We are going to recess. As votes have been called, as I mentioned, we are going to recess until 10:50, and we will look forward to returning. Committee
And,
stands in
if you allow
recess.
me, I just want for the world. Thank you.
Let's get these witnesses back in their chairs. Committee will come to order. Chair now recognizes Representative Kamlager Dove for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the ranking member. You know, I have noticed a theme with Republican hearing titles that always seem to have one word of truth in them, but they are strung together by callous duplicity, or as the chair said, lies. Betrayal is the word of truth today, and it is an incredibly accurate description of what Musk, Trump, and silent Republicans are doing to the American people. By unilaterally dismantling our entire foreign assistance apparatus, you have endangered every American who relies on that system to keep them safe from global crises and that relies on them to feed their own family. Not only that, but you have betrayed some of the stakeholders that I thought my colleagues cared most about: our farmers, our veterans, faith-based groups, diaspora communities in all of our districts, and the Constitution. Not to mention the people who have tragically died because you have ripped away the life-saving assistance they need to survive, and for no good reason. I was struck by the opening remarks of the chair. The chair mentioned helping people to vote, and why do Republicans not support the right to vote? There was a reference to all of these small dollars going to people in need who just happen to be of the LGBTQ community. And why are the Republicans, who actually crashed Grindr, the gay dating app, during the RNC, so focused on the LGBTQ community? But let's circle back to what the real betrayal looks like. First, there's the fact that Elon Musk ripped up the Constitution and our system of checks and balances by illegally dismantling USAID with zero congressional input. Congress is not a peanut gallery. It has constitutional oversight authorities that have been categorically violated. But this weaponization of government has been met with deafening silence, betrayal. And now to the so-called woke programming. The farmers. USAID's humanitarian assistance is a major source of income for American farmers, $2.1 billion in 2020. Farmers supply 41% of the food aid that USAID uses to feed starving people around the world, meaning that farmers' livelihoods directly benefit from these programs. The foreign aid freeze rips away their incomes while condemning vulnerable people to famine, betrayal. And veterans. American service members fought for decades in Afghanistan. Many of them are only alive today because of the heroic service of Afghan interpreters, like my brother-in-law who served. And these folks we have worked with tirelessly to evacuate to the United States. But Trump canceled the refugee admissions program and left them behind, abandoned by the very people who use them for political gain and then ripped the rug out from underneath them at the first chance they got. Betrayal. And then the Christians. USAID supports numerous faith-based groups in implementing humanitarian assistance in some of the world's worst hotspots because their faith teaches them that every human life has dignity, is sacred, and is worth saving. Cutting off aid has forced massive layoffs at these organizations and desecrated their life's work. I guess no one cares about religious freedom when it interferes with a billionaire's political agenda. Betrayal. And diaspora communities. USAID's support for Pakistani democracy organizations and flood relief efforts is now gone. Students in Burma benefiting from USAID scholarships have now been deprived of a better future. Venezuelans who relied on USAID-funded integration services to build a life outside of Maduro's oppressive regime are now left in the lurch, and the Republicans are deporting them back into terror. You can claim to support any of these communities. How you can do that is beyond me. It is hypocrisy and it is betrayal. And finally, the American people. Every American is less safe today because USAID is not out in the field stopping crises from reaching our shores. If there was a pandemic-like disease outbreak that risked spreading to our shores, we could not respond. If there is a natural disaster in Mexico or the Caribbean that would drive people to our border, we could not respond. The dismantling of those protections is an unequivocal betrayal of the American people. Oh, but what about that new $400 million contract the State Department is just signing with Tesla for Cybertrucks? because I guess people need Cybertrucks more than they need malaria pills. So now to my questions, if I have time. Mr. Yoho, in your testimony, you touched on the important work of American farmers and the work of American universities in USAID Feed the Future Innovation Labs. What capabilities do we lose domestically, and what domestic constituencies do we hurt by eliminating these programs?
Those are important programs that have worked, and by this pause that we have right now, I think the goal is, instead of putting blame everywhere, we focus on how we get these things back online to do the work they have done. If you look at like the RUTF program, the Ready to Use Therapeutic Food program, that saved over 17 million children, and it sources products from 27 different states in America that provide, income for our farmers, and those are things that we need to get back online as soon as we can, and I think you'll see that. There is a reset. It had to happen. Shame on us when I was in Congress that we didn't do these things earlier. It's done, can't go back, we can only go forward.
Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. And in answer to the question, the reason LGBTQ is the focus is because that's what became the focus of USAID and State Department. It was not the exception, it was the rule. We're just reading off the lists of grants and pages and pages and pages more. I now recognize Representative Kim for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Mass, for holding this hearing. I want to thank all of our witnesses for joining us today. The U.S. foreign assistance has long been a very powerful soft power tool to advance our American leadership by building trust with our allies, promoting democracy, stabilizing terrorism-prone regions, and providing market access for American businesses. However, we have seen serious and credible cases of wasteful uses of American taxpayer funds abroad. For example, $2.5 million were sent through USAID to build the electric vehicle charging stations in Vietnam. How is this spending critical to U.S. national security or advancing our American interests? They're not. Unfortunately, these cases of unproductive spending abroad undermine the many targeted, valuable, and effective foreign assistance programs that are essential to our national security. Mr. Yoho, as you know very well, the strategic competition with China and its Belt and Road Initiative is a top priority for the East Asia and the Pacific subcommittee that you once chaired and I now currently chair. Xi Jinping is watching and he's waiting for the chance to fill any U.S. vacuum. And already there have been many reports of Chinese Communist Party officials signaling their willingness to replace USAID in Nepal and demining activities in Cambodia. And these are just the instances that we know about. Even critics of USAID acknowledge the critical soft power value of targeted and efficient programming. So let me ask you, if USAID is fully merged into the State Department, what specific authorities will the State Department's Bureau of East Asia and the Pacific need to effectively implement USAID programs to directly counter CCP's influence in the region, such as training journalists to expose illegal CCP information tactics or strengthening critical infrastructures there?
I think the important thing they can do is get it back online as quick as they can and put people, authorize them to get back into the field, the implementers. The State Department might can do that, but I don't know if they have the bandwidth or if they have the expertise and the capability. The people that were there on the ground with USAID, as Minister Nazio said, these are the people that have institutional knowledge and they know how to do that. They're not R's or D's, they're mission driven, and I think we can get some of those people back in there that are experts in their field to move America's agenda forward of, are we going to be safer, are we going to be stronger, and are we going to be more prosperous? And if we do that, those countries will be too, and it counters China. And if we're not there, China will be there.
Sure. So I'm glad that Secretary Rubio issued waivers for life-saving humanitarian assistance programs. However, I'm also hearing many concerns regarding the lack of clarity on those scope of the waivers and challenges with getting paused programs restarted. It's hard to restart them if we completely turn the lights off, right? So what recommendations do you have for the administration to ensure an effective waiver process?
Again, moving forward, I think the quickest thing they can do and the most effective thing is identify the program that you want to do, and then put the people in there that know how to implement that. That could be at state. There's people at USAID, and I know there's this big black eye on USAID, but I think we need to look at what they did do good. You know, it's like a cake recipe. One drop of kerosene in a cake batter ruins the whole thing. So what happened and what's been exposed doesn't mean the whole thing was bad. And like I said, not all aid programs are good, not all of them are bad. Let's take the good ones and implement them as quickly as we can so we do not cede that ground to China, Russia, anybody that doesn't like us.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Primorak. What specific reforms can be implemented so that current adult audit and review processes ensure programming aligns with our U.S. national interests?
I think transparency is probably the most important. We have various websites where we're supposed to provide information to the American public as to what we're doing in all these different countries, whether it's grants.gov or foreignassistance.gov, but it's not consolidated. And too often, actually probably most of the time, we don't have information as to who are the awardees, who are the sub-awardees. If those are made available, and not only to Congress, they should be made available to the American people. I think by having this kind of transparency, that a lot of these bad things happening, people will be a little bit more careful because, you know, lots of people are watching.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. My time's up.
Thank you, Representative Kim. Chair now recognizes Representative Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. You know, we've heard a lot this morning of kind of cherry picking programs out of context and in a very narrow view, and some that just aren't true about the bad things and the weird stuff that USAID has been supporting. There are programs in the Department of Agriculture that I bet we could pull out that show a waste of money and some weird programs that I certainly don't support, but I'm not calling for the dissolution of the Department of Agriculture. It's kind of like Mr. Natsio said, if there's a problem or you don't like a certain kind of program, you can fix that. You can address it. You can discuss it and talk about how to make it better, but you don't destroy it. You don't just throw the baby out with the bath. So why would we do that with USAID when the programs that it does support are so much better, so much more extensive, so much more productive than some of these little things that you've been hearing ad nauseum from the other side of the aisle? One of the areas that I'm particularly interested in that you've heard less about is how USAID supports democracy around the world, whether it's backsliding in some countries or whether it's just trying to develop democratic institutions in others. People are on the front lines in very dangerous situations, often trying to push democratic principles. And we have another number of programs through USAID that helps with that development. Mr. Natsios, would you talk about what happens when we pull out and when it comes to development of countries that would be friendly towards us or would be more democratic? What happens to those people who are on the ground? We know that this is a great source of soft diplomacy, soft power. We've heard generals say every dollar you spend on something like this is a dollar you don't spend on bullets and soldiers having to go and fight a hot war. But if we're not there, what are the consequences for democratic development?
My view is that the AID missions in the field are our greatest strength. 2/3 of the staff of AID are not Americans. They're Kenyans or Nigerians, they're Cambodians, they're Moroccans, wherever you are. And many of them go on to be the heads of state, believe it or not. The first woman head of state in Costa Rica was an FSN with AID for 10 years. The first woman vice president in El Salvador was a FSN with AID. The first lady of Peru was a FSN. Her husband got a PhD from the University of Chicago in economics. He was the president of Peru and the first Inca president in the history of the country. All of them devoted to the United States, all of them right of center and honest people. I was in Macedonia just before 9/11, and two of the FSN said, I said, any of you ever run for office? Two of them of our had just got elected to Parliament. And they said, we ran on the platform that we work for USAID. So not having our missions in the field has unintended consequences, because we are a recruitment ground for leaders in the developing world who are pro-American. Wouldn't it be better to have someone who got their degree in the United States rather than Beijing to be the head of state somewhere? I think it is. We have a story from Nigeria just a couple of years ago during COVID where the Minister of Health was presented with a Chinese vaccine, Russian vaccine, or our vaccine. And the Minister of Health said, I got my PhD in the United States, or MD, and an AIDS scholarship. We're going with the American vaccines. In fact, I don't want these other vaccines in the country. And they bought them. This is not just a contribution. So having the missions in the field, having scholarship, having relationships with these countries through the missions is very important to build trust. And in my view, shutting them all down is not in our national interest. I understand that Secretary Rubio has sent out a message saying none of the FSNs will be laid off, they'll be integrated into the embassy. But they have to have Foreign Service officers from AID or people who know development, know procurement, and understand all of the rules to manage them. They can't do a lot of this stuff on their own. So I want one last comment about democracy. I'm a little troubled because I'm looking at the patterns of what's been canceled. All the democracy programs and governance programs have been canceled.
Exactly.
And I'm a little, I hope that's not a deliberate decision. Maybe I'm misreading it.
I don't think so.
If that's the case, it's a disaster, because people around the world who want democracy and want freedom rely on us. They look to the United States. They certainly don't look to China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, the KRIN alliance, as we call them in the Pentagon. They are our enemies. They're not our friends. And we need to support those democratic forces around the world, in my view.
I agree. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Titus. Chair now recognizes Representative Davidson.
I thank the chairman, and look, I appreciate this hearing. It's certainly timely. When we talk about woke and weaponized government, it's easy to get desensitized to the long list of frivolous, frankly, pretty radical programs that are being exposed. You know, stuff like $1.5 million for DEI in Serbia, $47,000 for transgender operas in Colombia, $2 million. The former ambassador to Guatemala talked to me about this, $2 million for transgender surgeries in conservative country like Guatemala. It's a long list. I mean, USAID funded scholarships for people who became terrorists like Anwar al-Awlaki. We've sent, under the guise of USAID, we sent money to UNRWA, which returned funds directly to Hamas. In blatant violation of U.S. law, the Helms Amendment, PEPFAR has funded abortions and killed babies. What is happening in Africa is just the tip of the pro-abortion iceberg that the Biden administration weaponized aid agencies into. It also happens to be against the law that Congress has passed. So USAID funded independent media, so-called, in Hungary, but it was actually trying to run a color revolution playbook to overturn the government, very popular government, of Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who's a NATO ally. So let's be clear, this color cultural revolution playbook hasn't just been weaponized against allies in foreign countries, it's been brought home and weaponized against our own citizens right here. If you had unapproved opinions of COVID vaccines or origins of COVID, or maybe the Hunter Biden laptop story, there was almost certainly a puppet NGO working overtime on taxpayer dollars, which contradicts the word NGO in the first place, to shut down or deplatform speech in America. That's a clear violation of the First Amendment. So, look, our staff has heard every day from terrible stories about the abuse of our government in conflict with our own national interest in places like Uganda, where if they don't embrace aborting babies, they will be retaliated against and have aid taken away from them. I mean, coercive activities. So thank goodness President Trump has brought us back into the Geneva Consensus Declaration, protecting life, building pro-life, and other values that align with America First policies They advance our interests, but they also help our allies advance their interests. And that's probably the most, it's terrible to waste the money, but it's also terrible to not just waste it, but to actually work against the interests of the United States. So, look, I agree that there's probably some things, and we'll get to those things, that are good, but when you have a completely non-responsive agency actively working to undermine the guidance that Congress is giving them, they don't steer. So last July, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a colleague of ours, introduced an amendment to defund USAID. And the amendment was defeated 81 to 331. Now, I voted yes, but 331 colleagues were opposed to this, somewhat radical change. I bet the vote would be different today. But thanks, Secretary Rubio's going to take charge and say, yeah, we're going to do the good things. We're just going to turn it off, and we're going to clean house. And I think that's where they were. We knew there were abuses there, but, that's what we're up against, folks. So let's just, Mr. Primorik, you've written about disgraceful efforts in the Biden administration to bully conservative countries into accepting radical gender theory, abortion policies, a far-left agenda. In a piece last year, you wrote that East African faith leaders viewed USAID staff as, quote, missionaries of evil because the Biden administration hijacked popular aid programs to promote their agenda. Could you elaborate on that?
I traveled to Africa a couple of times last year and spoken to many of them who visit here in the United States. And many of them, like me, remember the 1990s, where I was involved in democracy development, and we helped turn the former Warsaw countries into allies of the United States. But these were values that were akin to our Bill of Rights. Things have really radically changed a lot. I've spoken to a lot of faith-based organizations that are feeding hungry. In Kenya, for instance, they have so many refugees from surrounding countries. Some of these dioceses, they simply will not take U.S. funding because it's tied to all. It had been tied to all of these things. I did I monitored or moderated a panel on Africa at Liberty University, and a governor from the northern part of Nigeria had a conversation with Samantha Power, who told her that you have to tie food aid with all of this other woke stuff.
Crazy leverage. And look, I wish I could talk more, and I will submit questions for the record because, Mr. Yoho, look, nevertheless, there are certain things post-USAID's demise and the imminent funeral for this agency that we might want to keep intact. So how do we advance our interest? I look forward to collaborating with you all, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Chair now recognizes Representative Amo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's ironic that this hearing is called the USAID Betrayal because Donald Trump betrayed USAID. He betrayed the agency's mission and its employees. He betrayed the American workers and the businesses supported by USAID contracts, and he betrayed the literal starving children who rely on food from USAID to stave off hunger. I'd like to highlight a few of the groups that Republicans are leaving out in the cold with this freeze. Let's start with the USAID employees. Americans around the world, they feel abandoned by our government, saying, quote, "We have lost contact with Washington. We are on our own." Some USAID employees, again Americans, have been forced to flee the country where they worked after protests over frozen aid turned violent. What does it say about us when we turn our backs on our own citizens, these global helpers who are just doing their job? But the betrayal extends to every American worker who relies on USAID, including American farmers, manufacturers, and universities. In my home state, the University of Rhode Island works with USAID to improve aquatic food systems and fight food insecurity. Right now, the university is unable to access nearly $300,000 they are owed. Let me repeat, universities are being stiffed for work they have already completed. And that was before the funding freeze. What kind of government refuses to pay its debts? Might be a government led by a multi-time bankrupt billionaires, I suppose. But of all the people affected, the worst impact of this betrayal fall on those who rely on USAID for food and medical care. People are already dying because of the aid freeze. As you heard earlier, yesterday we learned that a 70-year-old woman in Thailand died because the aid freeze cut off her oxygen supply and her access to care. Whether from lack of medical attention or from starvation, more people will die because of Trump's decision, and my colleagues on the other side having a collective silence. It's mind-boggling. This food aid was funded. Some of it was already purchased. It is ready to feed starving people. As this Inspector General report finds, right here, before they were fired, USAID stopped work orders jeopardized nearly $500 million in food assistance, leaving 500,000 metric tons of American-grown food at risk of spoiling. Look, if DOGE wants to eliminate waste, it can start with the life-saving food that is literally rotting in our ports because of Trump's betrayal. This administration has failed us. It has compromised our national security. We beat our chests about national security. This is hurting it. Adversaries like China and Russia are salivating at our retreat. They are reaching out to our allies and partners to undermine our work across the world. Republicans are abandoning global health work. That's an insane decision after a global health pandemic that we've recently experienced. Right now, there's a deadly Ebola outbreak in Uganda, where more than a dozen Americans are exposed to this fatal virus. But where's the United States? Nowhere to be found. Look, I worked on President Obama's response to Ebola domestically and President Biden's response to COVID when I worked at the White House in 2 stints. And the number one lesson from the pandemic playbook is that we must contain the virus before it kills more people and makes its way to the United States. It is in our best interests to get involved. So I know I'm running short on time, but former Administrator Natsios, if you could answer quickly, do any of the betrayals that I have explained here today make America safer or promote America's values abroad?
I do believe that a robust foreign aid program, properly managed, is in our national interest. I wrote an article for Foreign Affairs that came out 2 weeks ago, February 7th, with a realist policy, not a liberal internationalist policy, on how we should run our aid program during this period of great power rivalry. The basic argument is that, humanitarian assistance and health should be based on need only. All the rest of it should be based on the following standards. One is there are 14 choke points in the high seas that control the food supply of the world. We should have aid missions in these countries. We do in Egypt. It's not just because Israel is security is connected to Egypt. It's because the Suez Canal is there. Morocco, they're not going to change the geography of the Gibraltar Straits. AID had a mission in Panama, and we left because it's a middle-income country. We should not have left, in my view. There should be a permanent mission in Panama because the Panama Canal is not going to go away. When we left, guess who moved in? The Chinese do. And who is upset with this now? Properly so, is the president. We should have had a large aid mission permanently in Panama. I went down there with my university, and they all wanted it. They didn't want us to leave. So I think we need to place our missions more strategically. The area around Russia and China are under severe stress. All of the Central Asian countries want a larger aid mission. You know, the Kazakhstan, we were going to move out, and the president said, we'll pay for half of it. I said, what? It's an aid program. He said, we don't want you to leave, Mr. Natsios. We want aid here. We want the United States here. And we value what you're doing, so we will pay from our gas revenues half of the cost of the aid program.
Thank the gentleman for his response. Gentleman's time
Chairman,
has
I
expired.
ask unanimous consent to enter in the article from which I cited.
So ordered. Gentlemen may want to find a time to apologize on Twitter or somewhere else to the administration, or thank the administration, as $6+ million, as one example, has gone to the WFP, the World Food Program. $250,000 in one line item for Ebola response, another $1.5 million for Ebola response, another $250,000 for Ebola response. The list goes on and on. Those are programs that have moved forward, and it goes exactly to your point of being more strategic, not doing the absurd, crazy BS that has been done in the past. It all comes to an end, and can't wait to have the people come here and literally stand before us and answer for the craziness they've been doing. Representative Baird is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and thank the witnesses for being here. And Dr. Yoho, it's always a good, just when I can see you. So, but you know, I want to express that the American people really deserve not to have their tax dollars spent on the programs that Chairman Mast mentioned earlier in his opening statement. And I really appreciated Emeritus McCall reminding us about how the USAID came about. And it was really initially created, as was said, to combat the Soviet Union and their efforts to spread communism around the world. So it's disappointing to hear about the billions of dollars being distributed to foreign countries, and some of those are our adversaries, that without really accomplishing our mission. So we have people here at home that are really struggling. For example, those that are still sleeping in tents after some of the hurricanes, and it's cold winter time. And so I think you can recognize, and I'm sure you recognize, the importance of taking care of our own people. But anyway, Dr. Yoho, thank you for your service in the 113th Congress. And I'm interested in agriculture just as I know you are. So I would really be interested to hear your perspective as a veterinarian on the impact of early detection of zoonotic diseases and the development of early detection and vaccines for controlling some of these diseases. And
sure. Thanks for that question, because it's very important. You know, there's so many things that are going around. The things that affect people in pandemics and epidemics and things like that originate in the animal world, the zoonotics. There's 27 viral families that come through, and we saw the effect of COVID. I mean, COVID is in the animal world, it's in the human world. The thing we're looking at now is H5N1, the highly pathogenic avian influenza. We're seeing it mutate and get into the mammals, from the birds to the dairy cattle to the feline population, into the porcine population, and into the human population. This is a very dangerous virus if it gains a hold in the human population and can get to the point of transmission the way influenza viruses did. COVID, as bad as it was, had about a 97% recovery rate. You get one of these bad strains of influenza or the Marburg virus that's showing up, or a new strain of Ebola, they have a 40 to 50% death rate. Those things, what we went through with COVID was bad enough, but it's nothing like what we're going to see. And the research that we do through organizations like our land-grant universities, those are the ones that are on the cutting edge of this. But then you have multi-funded donor international organizations like CEPI, the Coalition Epidemic Preparedness Innovators. They are doing research on the emerging viruses so that we can have the platform for the vaccines to be developed ahead of time. And this is that platform. The United States provides about 5% of their funding, roughly $170 million over the last 5 years, out of a budget that they have of about a little over $4 billion. The amazing thing is we've received about $1.25 billion back here in the United States of America that go into our research universities, our biotech parks, to do this advanced research, and that leads to global health and national health, and you can't have national security if you don't have health security.
so could you, are you supportive of the idea that having people in some of these foreign countries allows us to have early detection?
It really does, and I think as Administrator Ignacio brought up, if we have missions in these, we can monitor the spread of that, and they're the first ones, if they're trained in the medical field and they can follow these things, we can see where it's breaking out. We can do the mitigation of quarantining that area before it gets to a pandemic. And it's, again, this is national security. We don't want to cloud the good that they do with some of these programs that we heard that were abused that should never have happened, because that ruins the whole credibility of us. It ruins the credibility of the aid arm of the United States of America. And it's, That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Do either one of the other witnesses have a comment? We got about 28 seconds left.
I agree with every single word of what Dr. Yoho just said. He's absolutely correct.
That's
and
good.
I didn't think of adding in the zoonotic, the animal diseases, just from a veterinary point of view, in terms of monitoring. That's a very good idea.
Stick around a while.
I would just add that these are important ideas, but we also have to strengthen the capability of other countries to be able to do it on their own. Countries in Africa and Latin America, it's like year after year we're spending a ton of money and we're not getting ownership from these countries. And that to me is a better, more mature relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. And my time's up and I yield back, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, Mr. Baird. Chair now recognizes Representative Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the past 2 weeks, the Trump administration and unelected billionaire Elon Musk have led a reckless and illegal attack on USAID, freezing funds for an agency that, in the past words of the Republicans' own witness, Mr. Primorak, quote, increase country self-reliance and resilience, all while advancing American values and interests. Stopping USAID's work jeopardizes millions of lives and billions of dollars of investments in American small businesses and farms, all while undermining our national security, diplomatic efforts, and global influence. It's great to be on this committee. Before coming to Congress, I actually spent many years working for a Seattle-based global health nonprofit organization that employs about 1,600 people in my district as well as around the world, and many of our partners were USAID funded, and so I got to see firsthand the direct impact of effective USAID programs and life-saving work all over the world. The devastation that's being caused by this irresponsible funding freeze is alarming and painful, even though Secretary Rubio did backtrack from Trump's order and said that life-saving humanitarian work would be exempt from the freeze on foreign aid through a complicated waiver process. That process has been a mess. Funding has stayed frozen, even for programs with a waiver. And now there's a new directive that again puts any approvals for these waivers on hold. Drug deliveries have been stopped, life-saving food is rotting at ports, and we have abandoned people with experimental drugs and medical products in their bodies, cutting them off from the researchers who supervise their care. So let's be clear, this conspiracy theory-driven liquidation by DOGE is about trying to come up with spending cuts. That's the other committee I'm running back and forth between. However minor in the grand scheme of things, that they hope will finance the extension of Trump Tax Scam 2.0, the effort to make American taxpayers pay for tax cuts for the wealthiest. Dangerously, it's also about fueling an erroneous belief that America spends too much on foreign aid that does not serve American interests. If you ask any American or the average American in this country how much we spend, they'll say 25% of our federal budget is going to foreign aid. And I'll tell you what, give me a number that you would be willing to spend on foreign aid and we'll agree to spend it. And they'll say 10%. But guess what? We actually don't even spend 0.75% of our entire federal budget on foreign assistance. And so the reality is that USAID spends much less than most Americans think, and the impact for that tiny amount of money is extremely important for our diplomatic efforts, for our national security, and for our relationships and global presence on the stage. Mr. Natsios, you are the former Massachusetts Republican Party chair. You served as the U.S. administrator under George W. Bush. Can you briefly explain why the average American should care about USAID money and work, and what are the benefits to the average American? And I have a couple questions for you, so just be brief, please.
We can't shut ourselves off from the world because our borders, we have a huge problem with the border. I have no doubt that that's a legitimate issue. We need to deal with it. But I'll tell you what's going to happen once the border is impregnable. They're going to come through the coastline. And you can't put walls up for the whole coastline of the United States. It's too big. I live on the coast in the summertime. We even live in Texas, but in the summertime we live in Maine because it's a little hot in Texas. And I don't want walls up on the coastline in Maine. So how do you deal with that? You make sure that if famines are starting, you stop them before they get out of hand. You know what people, at the end of any famine, people start moving en masse. When you have an earthquake, as we did in Haiti, what do people do? They start leaving the island. Where do they come? They come to the United States. Not through the border, along the coast. So we need a presence in the world to reduce forced migration. It's the biggest forced migration crisis in the history since World War II. 125 million people are now not where they intend to be. They're refugees or internally displaced. Number two, we already went through the diseases. It's not in American interest to have a disease get out of control because it's going to be a catastrophe for all of us. And Dr. Yoho is absolutely correct. This pandemic was nowhere near as bad as 1918. 5% of the world's population died in 1918 in 6 months.
I'm going to stop you because I have one more question before I get to the end of my time. The waivers. Secretary Rubio said these waivers are there. Are they working? Even in PEPFAR, are they working? Are we getting money to these life-saving programs?
I have spoken to the Christian NGOs because I know them. That's the community I come from. And they said they appreciate the waivers, they have the waivers, but they are not, there's no money flowing to them. That's what they told me.
A waiver doesn't
there's no
feed
reason
families.
why, many of them are old friends of mine. They would not make this up.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I just want to congratulate RFK, who has just been confirmed by the Senate. Say congratulations, speaking of health, and say now Representative Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is an advantage to being this far down the dais. There's too much material to cover that's come out of this briefing. So to my colleagues on the other side, they like to talk about this firing of the IGs. They forget the 2022 law that specifically says 30 days paid, then you can be fired. And then the unelected people that are working in the executive branch, as far as I know, there are only 2 elected people throughout the entire elected branch, executive branch. That's the president and the vice president. Every other one of the 2 million plus the 12 million contractors are unelected. So everybody that we are praising, as well as the people that we are condemning, are all unelected. Mr. Natsios, it's either you or during one of your colleague on the other aisle during your testimony said, well, it's only a small number. And it reminded me of the reporter that said about the Argentinian gang taking over just a couple of apartment buildings. Well, it's only a couple of apartment buildings. This country is $36 trillion in debt. We are trying in this Congress to do something about that, but we have taken all of these small amounts now for decades, and they now add up to $36 trillion in debt. So every small amount is crucial. 40%, you said that 40% of the USAID are compliance officers. That's not the issue. What are they complying to? During the Biden administration, they were complying to things that were not in the interest of the United States. I don't care about the percentage. What are they requiring compliance of would be my question. So this is for Dr. Yoho and Max. So the title of this agency is Agency for International Development. Is it not? Is that correct? Mm-hmm. International Development. So just in the few grants that we've been looking at, there is a USAID for activities in DC to provide USAID employees in DC with counseling, organizational resilience, wellness, and work-life balance. Now, I realize that DC might be different than the rest of the United States, but it's not international. We'll skip over and having worked in both the third world, Africa and the Middle East, we'll skip over the climate change because a poor country doesn't care about climate change. They care about survival. But I want to go to a USAID contract, excuse me, for activities in Albuquerque. And this is for you, Mr. Yoho, Dr. Yoho, excuse me. Emergency DEI support in Albuquerque. Now, I assume that's Albuquerque, New Mexico. So it was in 2022 through 2023. So it may have been in your last budget. Were you aware of emergency DEI support? Probably not, It's an unfair question in Albuquerque. So, and then the last one I want to talk about is another USAID for activities in DC. Now this one is really interesting because it is to hire an LGBT advisor for the USAID's U.S. Personal Services Contractor Program. But the interesting thing about this is it is to undisclosed contractor.
Wow.
That one requires some sort of investigation. So my question is to you, Mr. Natsios, why do we have activities in the United States if this is international development?
Well, I haven't read that, so I can't tell what's in, but I can tell you
Microphone.
Sorry. I can tell you I was in a commission, this is when I was teaching at Georgetown after I left AID. A number of officers came back from Afghanistan and Iraq whose colleagues had been murdered by Taliban. We lost a large number of contract staff in both countries, and they committed suicide. And so they created a commission, which they asked me to serve on, and I did, to see what we need to do when people come back. Because, and this is true for the military, my son was in Afghanistan, I was in the first Gulf War as a major in the Army Reserves that was mobilized. Actually, I was in the Bush administration. I left to go to Iraq. And there's a suicide problem in the U.S. military. So I believe, but I'm not sure, that may have been counseling, because they do it in an organized way. If they see depression when people come back from the field who've seen a lot of violence, then they put them through.
I'll actually give you that, because you're right. We still have 17 military veterans that commit suicide every day.
Right.
I'm on the VA committee as well. I was in Afghanistan and the Gulf for Iraq.
Let me mention the compliance officers, what they comply with. It's a very good question. The federal acquisition regulations, which were passed by the U.S. Congress, I might add, it's 2,000 pages long. I tried to read it when I was the aid administrator. I almost jumped out the 4-story window. They are so complicated. They're worse than the IRS code. We have to comply with them. When people say, well, why is the aid stuff so complicated?
Let me stop you there, because leadership matters. And in the Biden administration, leadership came from the top. We will not, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back, but that is the central point. It's not the regulations, it's leadership at the top, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Self. Chair now recognizes Mr. Olszewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and your service. I'll just start with a point my colleague just made about the Inspector Generals. In fact, there are provisions to remove an Inspector General, but again, they were not fired in any of these cases. Inspector General firings, the President must provide Congress 30-day notice and, quote, substantive rationale, including detailed and case-specific reasons for the firing. And to my knowledge, that has not taken place. I really appreciate, again, you all being here. I'll just reinforce the point that was made by Ranking Member Meeks earlier, that I think that as helpful as these conversations are, it would be even more beneficial, especially as a new member, to have representatives of the administration also at the table so that we can hear directly from them about what they're doing, why they're doing it as we exercise our oversight work. You know, I just want to also say, as someone new here, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I welcome the opportunity to go after some of these programs and some of this spending. I want to be at the table with all of you. I think that we can agree that several examples that were cited today merit investigation, defunding. If there was inappropriate action, there should be action taken. I completely agree with that, but I think there is a well-established process that does not include wholesale elimination or pausing of funding. I guess my concerns are twofold, one of which is that in the meantime, we are affecting real Americans. We talked about that earlier, real Americans who are either employees and have given their life to this country in service to it, or there are those who are farmers and other folks who are helping out. So as we think about this work, I'm particularly concerned about the funding freezes that are being taken place. Congress explicitly has the power of the purse under Article 1 of the United States Constitution. In the wake of overreach by the Nixon administration, Congress passed the Impoundment Act of 1974 that said the president may only propose rescissions or pulling back funding with specific notice to Congress and with approval of Congress within 45 days. Again, none of that has happened in any of these cases, and I would just encourage colleagues to say, again, I want to be part of these conversations, but let's do it through the legal and a well-established process. For those of you who don't know my background, before I was a state rep and a county executive, I was a school teacher, and so really believe in the power of education, both domestically and internationally. And one of the things that worries me, particularly now as a new member on the subcommittee of Africa, is we know there are tens of millions of individuals on that continent who cannot read. There are tens of millions of children now not in school. There were programs that were being afforded 44 million learners, young people, under USAID-supported programs were being taken place. So in addition to the democracy programs being defunded we talked about, my understanding is there's no waiver and there's no funding for education. I guess my question is, would education programs, and we can sort of do a yes or no, or if you keep your answer, like, do you see any concern for the education programs that were being supported by USAID?
Do I see any concerns with them, or I see the benefit that we had with the education, and when you go back to the 1961, they focused on agriculture and education, and as Mr. Nazio brought out, we used to educate leaders around the world that when we go around, as you go on delegations, they were educated here. There's over 300,000 students going to China. That used to not that many coming here in the past, but China has jumped on this and they see the value, and that effect from that will be 10 to 15 years down the road.
Let me ask you one, let me show you or mention one major benefit of education that has to do with conflict. They've done studies of all these militias that are so vicious and so destabilizing all over the world. Almost all of them, the young men, are completely illiterate. They've never been to any schooling at all. And that's how they recruit them. Yep. When I was in Darfur as a special envoy, I noticed that. They didn't even know, they didn't know what the United States was. These people were that isolated from the world. They didn't know what Europe was. And that's not good. It's destabilizing, and it affects us when these groups start attacking. Sometimes they attack Americans.
Yes, so. Just reclaiming a little bit of time. I completely agree with both of you. Thank you for that response. I think as we think about economic development, as we think about world security, people are less likely to endorse political violence, to join those when they are educated. And so as we're taking that step, I would just welcome, particularly you, Administrator Natsios, how you would go about through a legal framework if you were working in the position currently, if you could follow up this committee, how you would go through and actually make those changes to programs that are of concern without jeopardizing all of those other actions.
Well, you can put some of it in statute, and I certainly would, but part of it is the two parties working together, which is, when I was in office, the two parties they supported aid, and they helped me a lot, I have to tell you. And when we needed support, I got more support sometimes from the Hill than I did from the other branch.
I'll say sign me up and amen to that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Olszewski. And I would just say that the authority for Secretary Rubio to consolidate, reduce, eliminate, it does fall, though you were not here, in a law passed in the 2024 appropriations, SFOPS appropriations, section 7063, where you can expand, eliminate, consolidate, downsize, cover department and agencies, expand or reduce the size of permanent civil service, foreign service, the list goes on and on. And again, I would also remind everybody that all but 3 Democrats voted for that, that are on this committee that were here at the time. And I now recognize Representative Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as many of my colleagues previously mentioned, the U.S. Agency on International Development is in dire need of reform. And the chairman has already done an excellent job highlighting some of the wasteful and burden that has burdened the American taxpayer, both in this hearing and on YouTube. Yet, when we talk about how USAID betrayed the American people, it's also important to recognize some of the good USAID has accomplished, when done right. Being from Indo-Pacific, I know the critical role that U.S. foreign aid has played in disaster response. As an example, when done right, USAID has provided much needed humanitarian assistance to Japan after the 2011 Fukushima disaster. Specifically, USAID deployed its disaster assistance response team to Japan for almost 2 months. With many similar examples elsewhere, USAID's track record in disaster assistance has proven to be a positive force when done right. As an alumni, I can also speak on the incredible partnership USAID provides to the University of Guam and other academic institutions by offering internships, fellowships, and grant opportunities. And when done right, USAID has made it possible for the U.S. to connect with other nations on a societal level. Now, as we look at America's diplomatic effectiveness, and when done right, I commend the opportunities that USAID has provided to students. These successes make USAID's wasteful programs all the more heartbreaking. For every stride the agency has made to prevent disease, they fund drag shows. For every country they have helped after disasters, they fund DEI seminars. My hope is that Secretary Rubio maintains what works, but hopefully it's clear that USAID needs to change. Dr. Yoho, your previous foreign affairs legislation highlighted the strong relationships between the U.S. and partner nations in Pacific and Asia. Where do you think USAID succeeded in this region, and where do you think it needs to improve?
I think where it's succeeded, there's multiple examples of that. You look at the work they've done with organizations like CEPI or in the food programs and the educational programs like you brought up. Those create goodwill that make us stronger. Programs like we've heard talked about today drives nations away from us, and if they drive them away, it makes us weaker. So we need to focus on those. I work a lot in the agricultural sector my whole life as a veterinarian, and working on food security and taking that knowledge and going into the island nations, or whether it's in Africa, wherever it is, teaching them our best practices that we've learned, and then teaming up with aid, USAID, to carry these out and then wean these countries off. It creates trading partners. It just makes us stronger in the end, and it creates that relationship that we have that's going to make us both more secure.
Thank you. For Mr. Pomerak, your contribution to Project 2025 focuses on foreign assistance role to counter PRC efforts. Now, despite the fraud, waste, and abuse, the programs that work in USAID are incredibly diplomatic tool. How do you think we can maintain necessary USAID programs like disaster response, health, and economic growth while trimming this mismanagement?
Thank you. Actually, when I was leading the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance, I had to deal with many disaster responses, and we did it quite well. We also had a very good and robust counter China framework there. Unfortunately, the next administration just tore it all down. I think when we're talking about how do we prevent losing the good by taking away the bad, that we have to regain the trust of the American people. And right now, the more they learn, the more they're distrustful. That's why I think this review, this pause in review, is very important so that the American people can feel that, no, all of this bad stuff is gone.
Thank you. Thank you. And for my final question, Mr. Natsios, if you can, could you please explain some of the challenges associated with the Pacific and Asia time during your tenure, please?
Well, China was not as big a threat when I was in office. In fact, Hu Jintao was very hopeful in getting the Sudanese government to be responsible because President Bush called him and asked him. And China was liberalizing then, and that's been reversed by Xi Jinping. I think Xi Jinping, I shouldn't say this, but is a disaster for China. I think Hu Jintao, if they followed the route he was taking, China would not be what it's doing now, and I think it's really sad. The Asian countries feel very threatened. I was just in Bangkok, I think it was in October, and we talked to, my delegation talked to a prominent political scientist, and this is what he said. And there were Chinese in the room when he said it. He said, "We love America, we love freedom, but you're unreliable. You come in, you come out, you leave, we can't predict what you're doing."
Thank you very much.
And the Chinese are always here.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moreland. Chair now recognizes Representative Jackson.
Thank you much, Chairman. I think it's important to hear the voices of employees directly impacted by
this administration's effort to dismantle USAID. One Foreign Service member recently filed a declaration declaring how the chaos created by these abrupt actions of USAID being shut down jeopardized his and his family's safety during the recent evacuation from the DRC. I ask unanimous consent that his account be entered into the record book, Mr. Chairman. It's a harrowing account of we've left our employees abroad stranded because of the rashness of this decision. I have this entered into the record, Chairman. Mr. Primark, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Yayo and Natasha, for coming out today. Mr. Primark, you've written extensively in Project 2025 about your critique of USAID. May I ask you, do you work with any of the members of DOGE or DOGE? How do you pronounce the name of the committee?
No, not at all. No communication whatsoever.
Do you know the pronunciation of that organization?
I just call it DOGE like others do.
Okay. Is it a private firm or is it a government entity?
It's a government entity, and the people working for it are government approved.
It was formed by who?
The President of the United States.
And how is it funded?
I understand that most are working for free, but any other costs are going to be covered by the U.S. government.
If they're working for free, who's paying them? Are they employees of Mr. Musk?
I have no idea.
Okay, I just know that you have an extremely close working relationship with the organization. And how many years have you worked in foreign affairs and in foreign aid?
About 35 years, different capacities from NGOs as a contractor, State Department, working for the Office of or for the Vice President, and also directly with USAID.
Thank you. Is there anything that a 19-year-old could tell you about USAID that you don't understand from your years of experience?
My understanding is that they're technical staff.
Can any of those 19-year-olds teach you something that you don't understand about USAID?
In terms of anything to do with data overview and looking at things, I'm just clueless, sorry.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I think it, and for the record, I'd like it to be clear that you and I would probably have a difference of opinion on what diversity means. In this African American History Month, Mr. Frederick Douglass had written an article and a speech regarding composite nation, that this is a land of many different cultures, races, ethnicities that have all come to call this great land home. And if we're looking at the future of Africa in the year 2050, being 1 in 4 human beings on Earth, that there should be a push for cultural diversity, expanding how we reach out to people. And so when we talk about America and USAID betrayal, I'd like to put the eye on DOGE. Not one member on this panel has had anything to say or do with the cuts of food. And let it also be entered into the record at this moment, the irony of the richest man on earth taking food away from the poorest humans on this earth. Let it also be entered into the record that the most powerful man on earth is denying food assistance, medical assistance, malaria vaccinations to the poorest people on earth. We don't need to operate in this chaotic manner. I would like to ask Mr. Natsios, how should this project work? How should we be convened today that would make this more productive?
Sorry. This is a more radical proposal, but I had proposed this in Foreign Affairs some years ago. I think we need to consolidate the MCC, the DFC, AID, and a couple of the foreign aid parts of the State Department into one department and raise the visibility and integrate the programs more. I don't think, for example, there be a representative for the DFC and the MCC in each country that they work in. They can have the aid mission do that. They could be an integrated mission for all of these purposes. There are countries where there's CDC and AID running the same program, PEPFAR. It's never been corrected. Frankly, they fight with each other. It's embarrassing and it's duplicative, and there's no need for it. I think they should put one agency in charge of the whole thing, and that's it. That's what happened with the malaria program, and it's worked very well. The third thing I would do is decentralize. Now, with what's going on now, no one will agree to this, but the literature on bureaucratic processes, James Q. Wilson, my favorite writer, who's, by the way, a conservative, he says decentralize every administrative function at the lowest level where people have knowledge of what's going on. You have to have oversight in Washington. But AID during the Cold War was the most decentralized agency, and it drove the Russians crazy because the mission directors and the ambassadors could be responsive to the local president and the local prime minister, and that's one of the reasons we won the Cold War. We helped win the Cold War through AID because we were highly decentralized and very responsive. Right now, there are 275 earmarks in AID. We tell the country what, because we don't have any choice. The whole budget, there's no flexibility in the budget.
Thank you, gentlemen, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. I would wonder how many transgender operas they funded during the Cold War. Probably not many. Chair now recognizes Representative Biggs from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your efforts in organizing this important hearing, and thank you to our witnesses for your testimonies today. So today's hearing has provided a target-rich environment of examples of funding allocations that, while perhaps they were intended for worthy causes, in my opinion, they raise serious questions about our priorities and where our focus truly lies. These include, and we've mentioned many, but just to name a couple others, $3.3 million for being LGBTQ in the Caribbean, and $37.6 million for sex workers, their clients, and transgender individuals in South Africa. While I acknowledge the complex global changes USAID seeks to address, we must ask a fundamental question. Are we truly fulfilling our responsibility to the American people when we allocate tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars for programs abroad while neglecting critical, and yes, I said critical needs right here at home, just like districts in South Carolina's 3rd District, which I represent? I struggle to explain to veterans in Newberry County who's fighting to find a job why our resources are directed overseas to programs that don't enhance our national security instead of supporting his career prospects. We've mentioned health care. I watched a veteran with his face in his hands sobbing because he couldn't get health care needs met. We've talked about the mental health needs that he couldn't get met. And he said to me, I feel like I'm a hamster in a wheel. I can't get out of the process. I find it difficult to justify to families in Greenwood that are facing mounting medical bills while resources are being spent on programs abroad, when those funds could expand access to vital health care services in their own community. I question how we can prioritize funding initiatives overseas, when we have cybersecurity vulnerabilities in Anderson County that threaten local businesses and critical infrastructure. For those of us who are guided by Christian values, the principle of charity begins at home. It resonates strongly with me. While we are called to care for all of God's children, there is also a natural and an understandable inclination to prioritize the needs of our immediate community, our fellow citizens, and those within our own nation. Let me be very clear. This is not about abandoning our global responsibilities. It's about investing in the very foundation of our nation, our communities, our families, and our future. It's about ensuring that the hardworking people of South Carolina's 3rd District and all across the nation are not left behind while resources are directed to woke programs that do not advance American interest. So my question to our witnesses is very simple. What went wrong, and why did the oversight measures fail to prevent taxpayer money from being spent on wasteful programs that don't put America first?
Accountability and transparency, and it's this body, and I was a part of this body. We didn't do our job. is what I feel. You know, the American people sent us up here to do something. We hear the IG reports, you know, this person that got fired, he got fired, he was the IG, made a report, gets fired. There's an IG report every year. We don't act, and if we don't act, this is what happens. You know, we complain about everything that's bad, and then we don't act, and then when somebody like Trump comes in, and there'll be somebody after that. And when they come in and they do this, we get upset. You know, we've got to fix Congress. That's why people send us here.
I would also add that what I've seen over the past 25 years is the progressive left has gradually just seized control over the entire foreign aid industrial complex. And that's something, the political sociology of the industry has to be changed. If we're not, otherwise we're going to have this same vicious circle occur again and again.
Thank you.
Just let me add, there is a large number of Mormons at AID. I've never met a communist Mormon before. There aren't any that I know of. I don't theologically agree with them, but I have great respect for the Mormons. There's a very large number of practicing Catholics in AID and evangelicals. And there's a large number, as I said earlier today, of missionary kids who were, why? Because they speak the languages of the countries they were brought up in. And they make wonderful foreign service officers, and many of them have risen to the senior levels of the agency. Is there a contingent of younger, very liberal? Yes, there are, but it's very mixed. And my experience in the agency, maybe it's changed, is that when you ask officers to do something, they do it. I didn't used to have to ask their backgrounds. I just said, I want this done. And if they didn't do it, I would take action. I actually fired 16 senior people when I was in office.
Thank you, Mr.
Three of them were
Natchez.
political.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Even if they're Catholic, if they're doing LGBTQ musicals in Ireland, their time is coming to an end. The chair now recognizes Representative Connolly.
Thank you. And Ted, welcome back. It's good to see you. Mr. Natsios, when you were aid administrator, did you oversee an agency that was rife with LGBTQ dances in Ireland and, I don't know, condoms to the tune of 2 million in Gaza and all kinds of iffy, marginal, flaky projects that were funded with U.S. taxpayer money, bringing dishonor to the United States of America? Would that be a fair characterization of AID from your point of view?
Well, it certainly wasn't when I was there. And I don't think it is now myself, but I do think there are programs that I saw on the list that I would not have allowed in my agency.
Well, let's stipulate that, but let's not let that characterize AID, because all of us are losers if that succeeds, it seems to me. Global health. What percentage of AID's work would fall under the rubric of global health? Fighting disease, child maternal health care, or rehydration projects, on and on. Polio, cystic
$8 billion.
What's that?
$8 billion.
$8 billion out of 40?
Out of 38 billion last
Out of
year.
38, so big chunk. What about food security and nutrition
the
programs?
emergency response part of aid is now by far the largest. It's $15 billion. It just amazes me because it's so much more that I had when I was in office.
So 23 of the 38 billion is just those two categories.
That is correct.
And those aren't fringe projects. Those are really life-saving projects.
Yes, they
Is that
are.
fair characterization?
Yes.
And what about disaster relief?
Well, the 15 billion is the food security. Food security for me is the emergency side. Agriculture is separate from that, and that's what I think you're talking about in the longer term development sense.
But when we're talking about disaster assistance, we're not only talking food.
No.
For example, my fire department is part of a FEMA AID relationship,
Right.
where they can go to trouble spots overseas and, again, try to save lives.
Right. I don't know what part of the 15 billion is food versus what we call non-food assistance, which is usually emergency medical care and public health, like immunizing kids in refugee camps and that kind of thing.
So-
I don't know the breakdown.
So let's say one were sincere about wanting to clean up marginal, fringy projects that should never have been funded. Is the way to do that to basically announce we're going to fire 10,000 employees and leave 239 left?
It is not.
And what would be the consequences of depopulating the agency to the tune of 10,000 out of 10,239 employees?
My experience, I've run 7 institutions in the last 50 years now. The 8 officers that I work with were among the smartest and the best managers that I've worked with, and the most creative, because the circumstances they deal with in the development world are very challenging. I think losing career people is like losing the cadre of the military officers. It's a disaster for the United States.
And the chairman seems to be under the impression that the appropriations bill provides blanket authority to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. I beg to differ. My view is that ultimately AID was established by statute in the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961 as amended. And if you want to dismantle or fold it into another organization, you must get statutory authority from the United States Congress, and we certainly will fight that out. Final point, Mr. Natsios, and maybe Ted Yoho, you may want to comment as well. I'm worried about the vacuum being created by these actions, that China is going to waltz right in there. They're already big actors. Now we, the United States, are going to make them even more so, and I struggle to see how that's in an American interest. Why don't you comment?
It's going to drive people closer to China, Russia, the adversaries, and we see this. But I saw that before, too, with the programs. I had one of the past presidents of Ghana say that if we want aid, but if we have one party from the United States in power, they have a short list. If we have another one, it's a long list. He goes, if we go to China, they say, here's your money. But they said this, I would rather do business with the United States. That's something that we can take advantage, and we need to focus on those things, because that makes us stronger, safer, and more prosperous, not just here, but in those other countries. We need to get back to the basic mission here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Connolly. Gentleman from New Jersey, Representative Kane is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to our witnesses for being here today. America is spending $40 billion in foreign aid, yet much of that money never reaches the intended recipients. Instead, it gets caught up in bureaucratic inefficiencies and organizations that have not always been transparent with the American taxpayer. A USAID report published in June of 2023 under the Biden administration noted that just 1 out of every $10 reaches the actual people in need abroad. A recent study by the Middle East Forum revealed that USAID awarded $164 million in taxpayer funds to extremist organizations, including $122 million to groups linked to designated terrorist entities. I believe that my colleagues here would agree that this reckless spending has drifted from American interests and instead has benefited foreign interests. It is time that we commit to cutting waste, fraud, and abuse in government funding on programs and initiatives that do not align with American values. American people deserve to know where and how the money is being spent and how they align with the U.S. interest. Mr. Yoho, should this reorganization include a comprehensive forensic audit of USAID spending over the past 4 years, how should this audit identify waste, fraud, corruption, and programs that may have undermined U.S. foreign policy objectives?
Absolutely, but I mean, you could go back years. But it's a great opportunity for bipartisan leadership conducing oversight and defining the priorities and the parameters of future USAID assistance programs. That leads to the certainty that where we're not wavering. It creates continuity in our programs, and it makes us stronger.
Yeah, as you were just, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it must be done in a bipartisan effort. If not, it'll go away with it when tides change.
Well, as you had just said in your previous answer to another question, you're right. The best policies here and abroad are consistent over administrations.
Sure.
They are transparent with the American people as well as people looking from abroad. And so having that bipartisan strategy and consistency is extraordinarily important. What are ways that you think that we can ensure that they are consistent over time, these policies?
I ponder that. And if you look at, we'll just take the JCPOA and the Paris Climate Accord. President Obama put us in both. President Trump took us out of both. President Biden put us back in both. President Trump takes us out. Stand on the sidelines as another nation looking in at America. They're like, these people don't know what they're doing. We have no confidence that we're exuding. Congress, I think, can direct it as this is the policy of the United States of America and give leeway to the executive branch in times of emergencies. But if we don't have a policy of the United States versus a Democratic Party or a Republican policy, and that's the spoils of winning an election, but they should also focus on what's best for America instead of what's best for a party. And until we do that, we're going to go back and forth on this, and it's up to us and, of course, the American people.
And so how would you, if you were structuring this legislatively and making sure it's bipartisan solutions that's consistent over time, how would you structure that under your best vision?
I think it's just getting consensus and building a bipartisan movement in this, and you've got a great opportunity. You've got this Congress has an opportunity you haven't had in over 40 years with the Supreme Court ruling on the Chevron deference case. The Chevron deference, when that came into effect, allowed the administrative agencies to have all this power. All right, that's been repealed. Congress can go ahead and move forward and say, this is what an agency may do. This is what they shall not do. And if we don't do that in a bipartisan way, it's going to go right back to these agencies, and Congress has allowed their powers to be usurped again by administrative agency, and you have administrative law.
And as we're doing that and constructing it, how do we ensure that taxpayer-funded aid does not fall into the hands of corrupt governments, terrorist organizations, or entities that are hostile to U.S. interests, Mr. Yoho?
Define the mission of what you want, and then you have to have that oversight, as Mr. Nazio brought up. You got to approve these things, and you have to have it done now. And I think there should be an immediate review after this stuff. You know, with every when you send out a check, you want to get it back. The IRS makes us do that and be accountable for our taxes, and I think we should do the same thing in government programs.
Thank you, Mr. Yoho. I yield back my time.
Could I just add one thing in terms of a suggestion?
Gentleman's time has expired, so maybe in another round. Thank you. Thank the gentleman from New Jersey. Representative McBride is now recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Mass. It's a privilege to serve on this committee with you and Ranking Member Meeks. It's also an honor to be here for my first Foreign Affairs Committee hearing. I am looking forward to working alongside each and every one of you in a bipartisan manner in support of U.S. interests. Unfortunately, right now, we are seeing a partisan attack on USAID, one of the most effective tools of American leadership and our national security. By gutting this agency, President Trump is not just turning his back on our global commitments. He's undermining American interests and our security. And he is causing unnecessary deaths. If President Trump can get away with gutting USAID, he can do it anywhere. That means that no part of the federal government, including programs like Medicare and Social Security and Medicaid, will be safe from this administration. The president and the majority conference in this House are fostering opposition to vital government programs by mischaracterizing diversity efforts and using it as a Trojan horse to gut programs that all Americans rely on. This hearing is titled USAID Betrayal, but let's be clear, the real betrayal is that Donald Trump promised to lower costs facing families, but instead is pursuing policies that threaten American jobs and increase costs for workers. Foreign aid is not a charity. It's an investment in stability, security, global health, economic security, American leadership, and American jobs. USAID buys food from farmers in Delaware to help prevent famine and conflict abroad. USAID funds over $1 million of critical research at the University of Delaware on both energy and poultry production. USAID collaborates with Delaware's businesses to expand agriculture in places like Ukraine. These cuts, this effort to decimate USAID, doesn't just hurt people in distant countries, it hurts Delawareans. And so my first question for you, Mr. Natsios, I want to talk about everyone's favorite topic. It may have come up already, egg prices. One reason for rising costs is the spread of bird flu. Yet this administration has stopped monitoring bird flu in 49 countries, increasing the risk of it spreading to the U.S. and decimating our poultry industry, a cornerstone of Delaware's economy. With USAID halting its efforts on bird flu, I'm curious what you believe could be the impact on egg prices and also, of course, the health of Americans.
Well, I have said before that I think the 80 USAID missions that used to exist are our frontline defense for infectious disease generally, and I'm now convinced by Dr. Yoho that we should add in animal disease, zoonotic diseases, not that have jumped to humans, although that's a huge problem, but just that are in the animal kingdom because it affects our domesticated population of animals in the United States, whose food supply is critical to our health in the United States. So, and I might add to the developing world as well. We have had some very successful programs over the years to eliminate these zoonotic diseases in Africa and Central America, Mexico, and I think we should revive those. I know when Bush was president that they monitored all birds dying in Alaska because there's billions of birds, and we used to test them for virus. No, I didn't, but I think USDA tested them for viruses to see if bird flu was in the flocks, and then try to take action. So I think early warning systems in all areas are extremely important so we can do preparedness work to protect the American people. But we also, at the same time, be protecting people in the developing world, too.
That's right. One quick question, because we've heard commentary about, quote, fringe programs at USAID. You acknowledge that there are programs at USAID now that you might not have approved in the past. I think we've already seen that there have been most gross mischaracterizations of programs, that there have been outright mistruths said about USAID programs right now, and that many of the sort of most outrageous things that we're hearing turn out not to be accurate. And you led, and I'm running out of time, but you led USAID when PEPFAR was created under President Bush. I'm curious if you believe that there are elements of PEPFAR which have saved 25 million lives globally, that there are elements of PEPFAR that could be mischaracterized and sound a bit outrageous.
I suppose there are. I actually wanted to include more local input into how they structured and how we structured the program in each country, because it's very standardized. And I'm not into central standardization in aid programs. I'm a decentralist. I guess I'm a federalist, you'd say, and I believe all development is local and that we should allow the countries more discretion as to how we structure the PEPFAR program. But I lost that battle 25 years ago, 23 years ago. If it were reauthorized, I'd add a lot more local discretion in terms of structuring the program.
Representative's time has expired. Chair now recognizes Representative Radwagen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Talofa lava. I want to thank the three of you for testifying today. Congressman Yoho, it's good to see you. I want to thank you for all the good things that you've done in the region. You've been a true friend of the Pacific. In the past 2 weeks, independent Samoa and the Cook Islands have signed deals with the PRC. With Kiribati to the north, independent Samoa to the west, the Cook Islands to our east, my home district of American Samoa is now surrounded on 3 sides by China-friendly nations. I have a couple of questions. During the Trump administration and the Biden administration, the State Department and USAID proposed that USAID take over and manage U.S. economic assistance and federal programs and services to the 3 strategically vital Compact of Free Association allies, namely Palau, Marshall Islands, and Micronesia. We have made sure that was rejected because Congress has been providing all such assistance to those strategic partner island people through Interior Department since 1961, including under COFA since 1986. Now that assistance is appropriated so that Interior continues to actually administer these funds and programs under COFA for the next 20 years at least, and that will continue until Congress changes it. The state and those who have or will be exercising USAID authorities understand that COFA economic assistance is not discretionary grants, but usually agreed to obligations that secure the highest level of strategic interests of the U.S. in the Pacific? Mr. Natsios? Any one of you are free to answer. Turn your mic on, please.
Could you just repeat it? I couldn't quite hear your question.
I'm running out of time now. I don't know whether the chairman will let me roll that back a bit. During the Trump administration and the Biden administration, the State Department and USAID proposed that USAID take over and manage U.S. economic assistance and federal programs and services to the three strategically vital Compact of Free Association allies, namely Palau, Marshall Islands, and Micronesia. We made sure that was rejected because Congress has been providing all such assistance to those strategic partner island people through Interior Department since 1961, including under COFA since 1986. Now that assistance is appropriated so that Interior continues to actually administer these funds and programs under COFA for the next 20 years at least, and that'll continue until Congress changes it. Does state and those who have or will be exercising USAID authorities understand that COFA economic assistance is not discretionary grants, but usually agreed obligations that secure the highest level of strategic interests of U.S. in the Pacific?
Congresswoman, I don't know a lot about how the program works now, so I don't want to render a judgment. I would have some outside group that all of you agreed to evaluate the Interior program and then ask AID how it might change it, and then you decide. But I wouldn't dismiss AID, but if you are really devoted to the Interior option, then you keep it.
Thank you. My time is so brief, and you had me repeat a long question.
I'm sorry.
Congressman Yoho?
Yeah, same question.
Yes.
The compact has worked pretty well, and I think you guys vote on it and you determine your destiny of what you want to do. I would use USAID or whatever entity comes back as a facilitator, but I would certainly engage DFC, MCC to do those structural projects that you need that really boost your economy down there.
Do you think with the reforms for traditional USAID foreign assistance now underway, that the role of agencies like the U.S. government's Development Finance Corporation that was mentioned earlier will become more important as instruments of U.S. foreign relations? Or do DFC and similar agencies that harness private sector investment also need to be reformed? DFC was modeled after the Marshall Plan, which creates jobs in the private sector overseas instead of handing out grants. That can create markets for U.S. exports.
Sure.
So while we're promoting foreign investment in the U.S., should we also be promoting U.S. investment overseas to create jobs back here at home? What direction are we headed in this regard?
It's imperative that we do that. We need to revamp the reauthorization of the DFC. And if you look at post-World War II, if we did not come in there with a Marshall Plan or something like that, would Germany, Japan, Vietnam, South Korea, and the other countries that benefited from that, would they be in our top 20 trading partners? And if we didn't do that, who would have been in there to do that? It's either going to be our influence with our values, or it's going to be the other people, and we don't want they're authoritarian, and it'll be a disaster for the world. Liberty and freedom will go away.
Mr. Primorak, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Communist China cannot compete with our private sector. It's massive. When you include our allies in Japan and elsewhere, it's overwhelming. China cannot come close. So DFC as that tool to be able to bring in that kind of capital power, I think is a perfect solution. Thank you.
Mr. Natsios? Oh, Congressman? Do you have anything to add, Mr. Natsios?
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can we get a bathroom break?
Can you
Two
hold
of
it?
us are 70 plus.
Can you hold it for two individuals or no?
I'm going to remind you that when you're 70.
I ask in seriousness, can you hold it for two individuals or no? If you can't, I'm happy to give you a restroom break. I want you to be able to concentrate on answering to our representatives. I don't want anybody to say you were distracted. So, all right, we will continue. We will muster on once more into the breach, dear friend. Chair now recognizes Representative Luna.
Chairman, for the record, I'd like to submit this letter saying that PEPFAR funding was actually resumed. I know there's been a lot of push saying that the Trump admin had actually cut it, but
so ordered.
Thank you. You know, I want to start out by saying initially I think the idea behind USAID was done with a good intention. However, we've come to find out that the agency has indeed, to a certain extent, operated in a rogue capacity. And USAID has absolutely broken the trust with the American people and not been transparent about where our taxpayer dollars are going. There's an individual by the name of Mike Benz. He actually served over at the State Department for a while, and he's been going on to expose a lot of what USAID has been doing, which, being a member of oversight and being on this committee, I wanted to verify and see if he was telling the truth, which, much to my disappointment, he was. And I say that because I'm disappointed that our taxpayer dollars are funding some of these items. I mean, to just put this in perspective, in 2021, the Special Operations Command under Mark Milley, as chairman of the Joint Chiefs, put out an instruction manual, a vision for 2021 and beyond, that contained instructions and examples on how the military could work with the State Department, Intel Services, and USAID using race riots. Here's examples of some of the instruction manuals here, 1 and 2, in order to destabilize nations. In addition to that, they advocated for setting up job fairs near some of these riots so that disaffected workers could gain employment. Now, as a member of Congress, I ask myself, did anyone in USAID get elected to Congress? How about to a presidency? When you are acting in the shadows and you are destabilizing nations using race wars to do it and then advocating that the military does it, in my opinion, not only do you put the future generations that would have to fight in those wars in jeopardy, but at the end of the day, you're operating without any oversight. So I guess the question for you guys is, Mr. Natsios, is that something that you were aware of? Are you aware that that instruction manual is being promoted not just with the military under Milley, but that USAID may be operating in this capacity? Because in my opinion, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of many of my constituents, I don't think that's where our taxpayer dollars need to be going.
Well, I completely agree with you. Personally, I doubt very much that what you've been told is accurate. But let me just tell you.
I'm telling you right now, I brought the receipts, okay? And the reason, I'm not trying to argue with you, but I find this disturbing on so many capacities. And I would like to also just, if I can, sir, Mike Benz, what he's exposing and bringing receipts, I've confirmed it. Thank you for doing that on behalf of the American people, because I understand that when you take on the intelligence agencies, we're also now finding that apparently in this manual, that they're also advocating for social media campaigns illuminating controversy to a global audience. I mean, using disinformation campaigns, is this happening here in our own country? Where's the oversight?
Just to ask you, who in the agency, what bureau,
I just said, you can actually find that instruction in this manual that Milley approved.
Military manual, isn't it?
Yes, but Milley approved it. You have it right here, USAID, working with government agencies. I mean, this is not.
Wait a second, did AID say that, or did the military say AID?
Well, that would be the question for you, sir.
Well, I don't
mean,
think
these
AID
operations,
wrote that.
sorry to interrupt you, these operations that are taking place without government oversight, without the authority of the president, without the authority of Congress, real men and women serve and they die because of stuff like this. When you destabilize nations without any oversight, we have to fight those wars. You have our chairman right here that literally
Congresswoman.
risked his life. No, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm frustrated. I know it's not necessarily your
But I'm
fault.
telling you,
but
it's
as a head of
nonsense.
agency, that's
I'm
not.
telling what Ben's told you is nonsense.
That's not nonsense. These are the
They did-
information and
AID
forms. And
didn't write that.
Ben's put this out to the American
AID
people.
did not
Sir,
write that,
Sir, I
Congresswoman.
disagree with you on so many levels. And I appreciate you being here
How do
today
you
because
know they
this is
wrote
not
it?
easy. How do I know what?
That any person can write AID's name into a manual. It goes on all
Sir,
the time.
they are advocating that the U.S. military
Not
work
the-
with
and not
taxpayer-funded State
AID.
Department USAID funds to destabilize nations. That is
Someone in
unacceptable.
special-
I don't care who wrote it. USAID needs to come down and condemn it. They need to provide oversight to Congress on exactly where our tax dollars are going. And I know I might be at 17 seconds with our time, but sir, I hope that you agree. Can I, yes or no, do you agree that this is wrong, period?
I
Should
think
this
the
be
military
happening?
should be held accountable. I think it's
And should
nonsense.
USAID condemn it?
Nonsense to
Should
suggest that
USAID
AID
condemn
wrote
it?
that.
Should they condemn it?
The military should.
Should USAID also condemn this?
Of course, we don't
Thank you.
comment. AID
Chairman,
does
I
not
yield my time.
comment on military
Thank
manuals.
you, sir.
Ladies,
It's
time's
none of our
expired.
business.
Since there have been a couple more members that have shown up, and I promise you only two, let's do the 5-minute restroom break. You stand in recess for 5 minutes. You were moving. You beelined that door.
Better, sir.
You too, Mr. Chairman, someday will be old.
No readers yet.
Committee will come to order again. Chair now recognizes Representative Costa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was here earlier in the hearing, and then we had votes, and I had a meeting to go to, but I'm glad to be back, although I seem to be walked into some of what seems to me was a surreal conversation. Mr. Yo, it's good to see you again, having served with you and our other witnesses. Thank you for your service. You know, Mr. Yo, like you and I, we've had debates with our opponents in the past, and I always think that's good. But I have a line that I like to use when I think a person on the other side is straying from the facts. I say, you're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And now that I guess we have alternative facts, it doesn't matter. But I want to talk about this part of this discussion deals with oversight. And Article 1 of the Constitution gives not only us the purse strings, part of the purse string, but oversight. And I must say, in 20 years that I've been around here, I don't think that we do oversight as well as we should. And I have a real problem with this whole issue of hiring someone, or he's not hired, but to take over the role of what is this committee's jurisdiction and every other committee in Congress to do proper oversight, and then point the finger somewhere else, I think is an abdication of our role. Not only here in this effort, but also in advise and consent over in the Senate. But let's talk about the USA freeze that, and I'm trying to understand where this administration is now coming with their policy and what I think is an illegal dismantling of the USAID, because we can make changes, we can make modifications, as we discussed earlier this morning, and we should. And this administration should put its imprimatur on its own foreign policy, as every administration does, whether I agree or not. But the oversight is our responsibility, not the executive branches. So let me ask you, in terms of China, which is our adversary, there's no clear strategy, it seems to me. The administration thus far is all over the place. Mr. Natasio, do you think the actions on the USAID freeze operations help us counter China and Russia?
I've said earlier that I believe our aid missions are one of our greatest strengths because they're in the country and 2/3 of them are from the country. The Chinese do not have an aid system. They're in the field. They have a highly centralized system. Everything's done in Beijing. They have no oversight over their programs.
So basically, it's used as a tool, USAID, to project U.S. smart power, soft power, whatever you want to call it, and our influence abroad, right?
That's right.
It's not altruistic. It's in our national interests, right?
That's right.
Oh, and by the way, it benefits American farmers by a tune of about $2 billion, right, in purchase of American agricultural products, right?
That is correct.
In farm country, and I represent a significant farm district. I want to focus on Ukraine for a moment. USA allocated over $30 billion. The fund supported projects to stabilize the energy grid, as mentioned earlier, government efficiency programs, civil society groups. These efforts have bolstered and strengthened Ukrainian society in the last 3 years especially, and the resolve to fight back against Russian aggression. Russia, Mr. Yoho, is our adversary. Would you not agree?
Agreed.
And so for those who claim over the past 2 years to care about oversight on how the money is spent on USAID staff, how do you think these investments in civil society and development-based projects have helped to bolster Ukraine's fight against the Russian invasion, the hostile invasion?
You know, there is a need on the humanitarian side with the food programs and things like that, health, medical, those kind of things. But I question the role of NATO. You know, why is NATO not there stronger than we are?
Well, I'll give you some numbers, and we can do that offside, but really, when you add the EU support and NATO support, it's pretty close to what we've done when you look at the totality of the numbers. Let me go to another place, Armenia, that I've worked with over the years. USAID's played a significant role in helping. Armenia's wanting to turn to the West. Russia has abdicated its role under the treaty and sided with Azerbaijan. Mr. Datisio, were you involved with the support for Armenia when they found out, or Mr. Yoho, you care to comment about the precarious position they're in right now?
You asking me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Trying to remember if we had an aid mission there. It was not huge, but the relationship between Azerbaijan and Armenia, which is the problem you're talking about,
Right.
was stable then.
It's not now.
It's not now. And the Russians are deeply involved, and the Iranians. In fact, the Iranians almost went to war with Azerbaijan. In fact, I was told by one of our professors that they had actually started to put in military bridges from Iran into Azerbaijan. This is about eight or 9 months ago, and they're worried about a Middle Eastern war over it, because then Russia would have been drawn in, and Turkey would have been a catastrophe. I don't know what caused them to pull back, but they did.
Well, my time's expired, but more to be discussed, and thank you for your testimonies today.
Chair now recognizes Representative Issa.
Thank you. And I want to thank Mr. Lawler for trading places with me and allowing me to go a little early. You know, this has been interesting because I've been in and out of here, but I've kept it on the television if I've had to be out. We seem to have an agreement to disagree because I think we agree on the following. At least some of the programs that each of you have seen when you've gotten into it are wasteful, unnecessary, and or would be better reprogrammed to some other use. Can we all agree on that? So are we dealing more with a stylistic complaint here today that this administration has said, stop, go back to baseline, justify your programs, and we'll restart, versus, as Andrew did, you said 80 programs were stopped in a very short period of time, and that money was reprogrammed to better use. Many of the programs that were talked about here, and some of them did turn out to be State Department, so let's assume for a moment that we're really talking about state and USAID, and for that matter, maybe the XM Bank, maybe a lot of places that disperse our funds, have been used for purposes that the new administration rightfully objects to and has the power or the desire to reprogram. Can we all agree that that's the case? So now I'm going to ask a couple of questions. One, earlier there was this question that I objected to based on my 25 years of experience here, and it was, why did we need a special IG for Afghanistan, and why did we need a special IG for Iraq? And I'm going to answer that for you folks. And if any of you really disagree, since the answer came from there, as though we didn't need it, these were unique, high-expense areas, like Ukraine is today, in which it was very difficult to audit, and certainly difficult for one IG that does the whole State Department to do so. Can we all agree that that was the reason, the prompting of the special IGs? Okay.
I don't agree with you, but...
No, but that was the reason for prompting. You'd agree with that.
Yes.
So you disagreed that it made sense, even though those IGs found time and time again things and brought them to Congress so we could consider whether to change the programs. And I'm going to ask you, not rhetorically, but directly, because I believe we'll need special IGs from time to time in the future. Do you really believe that we would have gotten the same level of oversight if we'd simply had one IG sitting at the State Department rather than somebody who had a more direct mandate and less politically motivated, because those special IGs transcended administration after administration?
We had 3 audits from 3 different inspectors, GAO, the special IG, and then the regular AID, on the same program at the same country at the same time. That is nuts.
Okay, so your point for us in the future, so we can do our job better, is if we have 2 IGs with overlapping, try to deconflict them so you only get one request from one of them. I agree with that. But I'm going to ask you a follow-up question in the limited time I have left. During the entire 4 years, because the other day we had this big question about IGs, 19 of them being dismissed and they're going to be replaced. During your time in Bush 2, in W. Bush, you had an IG and you had a second IG, but you didn't have IG for the State Department for the entire period of time that Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State. So if we had not had a special IG that transcended that, Hillary Clinton would have had 4 years with no IG looking at what was going on in a very expensive, two expensive combat zones. Isn't that true?
We also, you're correct, but we also didn't have an IG, I have to say this, for state during the Bush administration. And I'm not criticizing my own president, but the State Department does not like IGs.
During the last administration, I left Congress for 2 years to work for President Trump and was heading the Trade Development Agency. So I've been on your side of the fence, advocating for the good work that an agency can do. But my question to all of you is, don't we need more oversight so we don't have each administration coming in and saying, halt, we need to look at this? And wouldn't it have been better if, before we got to this point, Congress had been more aware sooner of the need for the kinds of changes we're hearing about here today?
I have to agree 100% with you. You can get it report after report after report, but if you do not act on it, the report's worthless.
Okay. I want to thank all of you, and again, thank my colleague from New York, and yield back.
Thank you, Representative Issa. Chair now recognizes Representative Lawler.
Thank you, Chairman. How many of you use some form of online banking and get email notices for your credit card statements? Have you ever had the moment where you get the email notice, you open it, you look and go, oh my God, what did I spend this month? And then you go check the online portal and you look and you see the itemization, you go, oh wow, I didn't realize that. That's what's happened here. Very simply, USAID has an important mission. And unfortunately, they have gone askew on that mission. PEPFAR is a program that I have been in strong support of, and 60% of the program is administered by USAID. It is a vital program. Humanitarian assistance, and when you think humanitarian assistance, you think food, you think shelter, you think supplies, medical supplies, you think testing for different types of diseases. Unfortunately, as we peel back the onion here, we're finding more and more that billions of dollars of taxpayer money are being misappropriated. And so what Secretary Rubio has done by putting a 90-day freeze in place per President Trump's executive orders is to have a comprehensive review. Now, during that review, they have granted a waiver for life-saving treatment and care and humanitarian assistance, inclusive of PEPFAR and food. And that's what they should do. Now, some of my Democratic colleagues will say, under what authority are they doing this? Well, Section 7063 of the 2024 appropriations gave the Secretary the authority to do this. And I would remind my colleagues that under the Clinton administration, Madeleine Albright tried to bring USAID under the control of the State Department. So this is not some new concept, and certainly USAID wouldn't have been in the crosshairs as much as it has been had the people working there abided by the order issued by the Secretary of State. Instead, they thought their judgment should be substituted, and that, in fact, they, as bureaucrats, unelected, have more authority than the elected president, Congress, or the confirmed Secretary of State. Now, when it comes to oversight, we had Samantha Powell in here last Congress. We asked her numerous questions. We asked her for information. And as is often the case, when Congress, as a co-equal branch, asks for information, the executive tries to stymie that. And because it was a Republican-controlled House, the Democratic White House, and Democrat-controlled USAID did not want to cooperate with these investigations. and requests for legitimate information. And so, frankly, in 3 to 4 weeks, DOGE has gotten more information than Congress ever could because the executive oftentimes refuses to cooperate. And for those saying there's no transparency here, how is it not transparent? You're hearing about it. It's being released. It's being reported upon. This isn't happening in the middle of the night. Now, one of the things we've uncovered is the fact that a congressionally appropriated fund, the Nita Lowey Middle East Partnership for Peace Act, and Nita Lowey being one of my predecessors, is a $250 million fund controlled by USAID. And it was set up for the purpose of cultural dialogue. And USAID, under this program, gave $3 million to tomorrow's youth. And the head of that has produced numerous anti-Semitic, anti-Israeli songs as part of this cultural dialogue. Now, given what has happened in the Middle East and given what happened on October 7th, do any of you actually believe that is a good use of American taxpayer dollars to promote anti-Semitic rap songs in the Middle East?
Those are criminal activities that need to stop.
I would add that any institution, university or otherwise, that is engaged in anti-Semitic behavior or stopped it on their campuses should be disqualified from getting any kind of foreign aid.
Agreed.
I agree too.
Well, that's what we're talking about, and that's what we're dealing with. And for those saying, where is Congress? We're here. We're having this hearing. We're providing this oversight. That is our role, but it is the role of the executive to manage the agencies and departments, and that is exactly what they are doing. And frankly, they have provided more information to Congress in the last few weeks than Congress ever got under the Biden administration. And the Biden administration is the one that approved that $3 million to go to an anti-Semitic rap artist to promote Jewish hatred. That is what we're talking about. That is why the 90-day pause was put in place, and that is why this nonsense needs to end. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Good points.
Thank you, Representative Lawler. Representative Jackson was hoping, he was advocating for you to get another 5 to 10 minutes. But I told him we have to move on to Representative McKenzie, our final person for questions. You are now recognized.
And I appreciate the hearing that we're having today because it relates to some of the biggest challenges that our country faces today. And first is we have an economic crisis in this country. Millions of Americans are still struggling to make ends meet. We have $36 trillion of debt. We have a $1.8 trillion deficit. And so it is incumbent upon us as members of Congress to scrutinize every tax dollar that is spent. So I'm a little surprised when some of our colleagues here today want to diminish the fact that we are talking about $40 billion. It's still $40 billion of taxpayer money that we are talking about. And so USAID does provide, in some cases, very good services that advance our interests around the world and help others. And that's something that we want to maybe continue, but that should come before Congress. At the same time, we have seen illegal immigration devastate our country. That is the other big challenge that I believe our country is facing. We have had a wide open southern border where the Biden administration took their executive powers and used them to not build a border wall. There were funds that were appropriated through Congress to build a border wall. I was down on the southern border. I saw the equipment laying by the side of the border, not being built. And so Mexican drug cartels were bringing in weapons and human trafficking and drugs right across our border, and there was nothing being done about it. So those are two of the biggest challenges that we face. We've heard about the absolute waste that is going on in USAID today. Total waste of taxpayer dollars, adding to our debt and to our deficit. At the same time, we have seen USAID has actually made some kind of attempt to stem illegal immigration, but it seems to have totally failed. And so I want to bring up, in 2021, USAID announced Centro America Local, a 5-year, $300 million initiative to pay local organizations in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras to address the, quote, root causes of migration. The GAO found that this initiative did not require training of staff to detect and reduce fraud risks because USAID did not actually regulate the training of agency-wide individuals. So we have money that is going to this cause. At the same time, we have people who in this chamber still want to fight us on building a border wall and border security. In fact, many of the members that were part of the longest shutdown in U.S. government history over a border wall are still here. And we still hear about them saying that they may potentially shut down the government. So I would like to ask the members of our panel today if they have thoughts on, is the USAID initiative to stem the root causes of migration the right way to go, or is building a border wall the right way to go?
I've written on this, and we've looked at all of the numbers, and the amount of money that we spend, no matter how much, has absolutely no impact on migration. It's having a firmly sealed, enclosed border. That's what the solution is.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that response, and I agree with you. And so I look forward to, as we move through this Congress, providing funding for a border wall that will secure our country. And also, I look forward to scrutinizing every single dollar of the billions that are going out through USAID for absolute waste and programs which are not effective or efficient in actually achieving their mission. And so that is the prerogative of Congress. But the reason that we are having this hearing today is because of the executive branch shining a light on all of this waste and inefficiency. And so we can work in collaboration with an administration to provide for our American citizens safety, security, actually protecting and spending taxpayer dollars in an efficient and effective fashion, not putting our children and grandchildren in trillions of dollars of debt. I believe that we can do all of that, and we are going to do that this Congress and with this administration. So with that, I will yield back my time to the chairman, but I want to thank all of our panelists and everybody for today's hearing.
Thank the representative from Pennsylvania. I'm now going to recognize Representative Jackson for any closing remarks that you may have.
I'd like to thank you so much, Chairman Mass. On behalf of Ranking Member Meeks, I'd like to say very much thank you for the time that you all have spent with us today, your candidness, your forthright, and the amount of time and sacrifice that you've made in not making your bodies more comfortable earlier in the program. So continued success, and I know we have many things in common. We will have continued success together, and we're going to continue to work for the best outcome for our nation, our great people. With that, I yield back, Chairman Mass. Great to work alongside you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. I also thank the witnesses for their testimony on this important topic today. I have no doubt that we'll be speaking on this further. President Trump, in my opinion, is absolutely making America immeasurably stronger by gutting USAID and gutting the State Department forthcoming. He is making it clear that there is no more stupid social engineering programs that will continue. No more comic books for $50,000 or $50,000 trans operas. No more $800,000 job fairs in Bangladesh for trans individuals, specifically in a country where the average monthly wage is $220. These things come to an end. Asking the questions, are Americans better because that dollar came out of their pocket and went to these programs or not? That is a bar that we have to hold ourselves to. Should somebody working today have kept those dollars in their pocket instead of sending their dollars to programs like those? There's not a more important question that we could ask. Are President Trump and Secretary Rubio and Elon Musk and his team, are they eliminating waste? Absolutely yes. Are they making the system accountable where the buck stops with Secretary Rubio? Yes. Secretary Rubio is in fact encouraging important life-saving programs to continue.
America is significantly stronger every minute the wasteful programs are ended, and we are weakened every minute that they are allowed to continue. We gave the Biden administration and my Democrat colleagues the chance to work on oversight. One easy example that I worked on personally would be the expansion of atheism in Nepal with $500,000 grants. My colleagues played the game, admit nothing, deny and lie about all of it, and make counter accusations. Even with all of the documents laid directly in front of them. That's what took place. We tried. They wouldn't do it. I know Americans are not stupid. They know there is no value for them in a $100,000 DEI survey in Ghana. They know that there's not value for them spending $520 million to pay ESG consultants to teach people in Africa about climate change. Also, what is extremely telling to all of us is the amount of grant recipients who are not asking for waivers. They know that the gig is up and do not even want to try and justify what it is that they had been doing, the way that they were grifting off of Americans who are going to work each and every day. What is not surprising is that my colleagues have tried to lie to American people, saying that people are dying. We've heard that argument before again and again. My colleagues have said about 10 times, at least in this hearing, that there was an elderly lady in Thailand who died because they couldn't get her the oxygen she needed because America cut off aid. Let's tell the truth about what really happened. The NGO who was providing oxygen, International Rescue Committee, known as IRC, their CEO, David Miliband, has a salary of about $1.2 million a year. That is the theft, the larceny that's going on at USAID, where the grants, well, even possibly life-saving grants, are paying for high salaries for former British members of parliament. Parts of PEPFAR have been approved for waiver because it provides life-saving medication to people who need it. Certainly not the abortions they were conducting, but that took Secretary Rubio shutting down the program, reviewing the BS that was going on, and correcting it. Combating the spread of Ebola has been approved for waiver because it's life-saving. World Food Program aid in Haiti has been approved for waiver because it's life-saving. What hasn't been approved is the waste, the grift, and the larceny. Now, despite the arguments that we've had today, we do agree that aid can be effective and that aid can advance America's interests. But the countries that receive aid will not receive it if they are taking the United States of America and its people for granted. And it will be life-saving aid, period, not social engineering. In that, I will ask that members of the committee have some if they have additional questions for the witnesses, that you do respond in writing. Pursuant to committee rules, all members may have 5 days to submit those statements and questions and extraneous materials for the record, subject to the length limitations. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Mr. Chair, can I say one comment?
Committee stands adjourned, Mr. Yoho.
Okay.
But I'm happy to speak to you following this.
I'll do that.